senhores, bom dia a todos. Peço por gentileza que desliguem seus celulares ou os mantenham no modo silencioso. Em breve nós vamos dar início ao nosso evento. Muito obrigada.
O Brasil precisa da indústria. De uma indústria forte, inovadora, capaz de gerar muitos empregos e impulsionar o país para o futuro. Tecnológica, digital, competitiva, sustentável.
A indústria precisa do Brasil. Um Brasil com uma infraestrutura eficiente, segurança jurídica, crédito, juros acessíveis, sistema tributário simples e isonômico.
Indústria forte, país forte. A gente cria todo dia, a gente cria o ritmo e a rima, a gente faz o verso, a gente inventa o clima, mas outro tipo de cria também existe, tá na sua vida e nesse videoclipe. Esse carro aqui que leva a gente pro rolê, foi a indústria que fez acontecer tudo que tá no seu dia a dia. Olha quem faz, a indústria quem cria. Cola aqui com a gente pra criar algo pro mundo. As suas mãos constroem o futuro. Cria com os parça, cria com as minas, criando o futuro com a gente, vem pra cima.
Uma indústria que está sempre inovando e é sustentável, cria não só produtos, cria oportunidades, cria um futuro melhor.
Tudo que tá no seu dia a dia. A indústria cria, a indústria é mais.
O futuro exige mais do que compromisso. Exige ação, exige regeneração, exige cuidar do planeta A. E a Ambipar, líder global em soluções ambientais, está presente em 6 continentes, transformando desafios em oportunidades para um planeta mais sustentável, conectando empresas e sociedade em um só propósito: preservar o mundo para as futuras gerações. Nossa missão é promover a transformação ecológica através de projetos de descarbonização, economia circular, transição energética e regeneração ambiental. Na Ambipar, cuidar do planeta está no centro de todas nossas unidades de negócios. Oferecemos serviços de gestão total de resíduos pós-consumo e pós-indústria, com foco na economia circular, menor extração de recursos naturais e redução de emissão de carbono, movimentando cerca de 4 milhões de toneladas por ano. Eleita por 4 vezes a melhor desenvolvedora de projetos de carbono florestal do mundo, oferecemos soluções para toda a jornada de descarbonização através da consultoria e geração de comercialização de créditos de carbono. Com a Ambipar, a indústria, engenharia e outros setores podem regenerar os recursos naturais através da gestão de efluentes, produção e fornecimento de água, e secagem e deságue de rejeitos. A Ambipar atua de ponta a ponta em programas de ações de gestão de riscos, governança e compliance ambiental. Somos líderes globais em gestão de crises e resposta a emergências ambientais. Operamos de forma simultânea, escalável e padronizada, com mais de 600 bases estrategicamente distribuídas ao redor do mundo. Oferecemos bases de emergência e operação de navios para apoio portuário e offshore. São mais de 70 embarcações e um terminal próprio em Navegantes, em Santa Catarina. E a Ambipar também oferece soluções em limpeza industrial, reparo, manutenção e inspeções. Disponibilizamos de tecnologias para reduzir riscos e aumentar a eficiência operacional. E também oferecemos serviços de consultoria, análises ambientais, remediação de áreas contaminadas, licenciamento e reabilitação da fauna e flora. Somos cuidadores do planeta. Ambipar, líder global em soluções ambientais.
Olá, bom dia, sejam todos muito bem-vindos, muito bem-vindas ao nosso evento Circular Talks, Ideias que inspiram, práticas que transformam. Muito prazer, eu sou Carla Fiorito, jornalista mestre de cerimônias, uma grande honra, uma alegria estarmos aqui para aproveitar muito conteúdo ao longo de todo o nosso dia de hoje. Promovido pela Fiesp e CNI, o evento de aceleração integra oficialmente a programação do Fórum Mundial de Economia Circular,
Circular Economy
WCEF
Forum,
2025.
WCEF 2025. We have the sponsorship of companies Ambipar and Volkswagen Trucks and Buses, and also with the support of institutional partners, ABDI, Apex Brazil, and the Ministry of Development, Industry and Trade and experts to discuss the content of WCEF 2025, and we are going to discuss the topic with representatives from the industry and the general public, spreading the discussion and promoting practice actions towards a circular economy, low carbon, fair, and regenerative. So I would like to invite to our stage Nelson Pereira dos Reis, Vice President and Director of the Sustainable Development Department from Fiesp. Be mostly welcome, Nelson. I also invite Davi Bontempo, Superintendent of Environment and Sustainability from CNI. Welcome, Davi. And also Juliana Coutinho, Commercial Direction from Ambipar. Juliana, come here, be mostly welcome. So, to give you the welcome to all of you, I hand it over to Nelson. Please, Nelson. Good morning. You can come to the pulpit or good morning to all of you. I would like to welcome to our partners and sponsors from Circular Talks. I would like to congratulate Davi Bontempo, who is Environmental and Sustainability Superintendent from CNI, our partner in this journey towards circular economy. I would also like to congratulate Juliana Coutinho, a Commercial and Institutional Director from Ambipar, one of our sponsors here today. Márcia Dejaim, representative from the São Paulo office of the Brazilian Agencies for Exports, Apex Brazil. Maria Perpétua Almeida, Director from the Sustainable Economy Industrialization Unit from ABDI. And Tiago Camargo Lopes, Projects and Innovation Director from the Paulista Agency for the Promotion of Investments and Competitiveness, Invest São Paulo. And Priscila Rocha, Head of Sustainability and ESG from Volkswagen. I would also like to thank the participation of the board members from Fiesp and the directors of the Sustainable Development Department. I would like to mention the great pleasure to be hosting the 9th edition of the World Circular Economy Forum that gather a large amount of participants. We had on Ibirapuera Park 1,400 people from 75 different countries, and more than 10,000 people participating online. So we had a universe of 150 countries. These numbers show the size of the event, the importance, and the engagement with the topic. discussions were really high level. We had more than 115 speakers and panelists discussing and presenting their experiences, their expertise, their suggestions, and also showing the challenges of this journey towards sustainability. Circular economy at Fiesp is one of the axles for more than 10 years. We work with circular economy. It's a strategic axle for one strategic pillar for Fiesp, and we are promoting a series of training courses, events, partnerships to foment the adoption of this practice by the industry. This edition of the World Forum 2025 is the result of a long partnership with CIPRA, which is the Innovation Fund of the Finnish Parliament, who created the forum, as I said, now on its 9th edition. We have been participating over time in almost all the 9 editions of the forum, and in 2020 it was online because of the pandemic, and we promoted a side event of the forum, organizing a South American Forum on Circular Economy with with a large number of participants, more than 10,000 people online. Today in the morning, we'll highlight the importance of strengthening the cooperation for the acceleration of the transition towards a circular economy, creating an innovation of systems, products, and services. We have gathered here experts, entrepreneurs, the academia, so we can continue along this journey to transfer and exchange this knowledge. We'll also discuss the needs of public policies, which is a very important point for this to become a reality. With the promotion of this practice. That's why we have here the top agencies, development agencies that work, that support circular economy practice, be it at a federal or state and city governments. Along the day, we'll show some cases of companies who are working. They will show their practices, experience, and will share their knowledges with all of us here today. So I wish we have along this journey today, that we have a good event that we can enjoy in a positive way. Thank you very much. Now, we thank you, the presence for this opening, and now I invite David Bontempo for his opening remarks. Well, first of all, good morning. We are on the 3rd day of this journey. As Dr. Nelson mentioned, we had 2 days with very important discussions and debates. And today we move towards a stage of deployment, presentation of cases. And the agenda was mentioned during this discussions. I would like to thank Dr. Nelson Pereira for the invitation and the partnership, Kalil, Nícia, and all Fiesp team, the team from CNI that work heartily for the organization of this event together with Citra and Fiesp, Juliana Coutinho from Ambipar for the participation and her presence, Priscilla from Volkswagen, who will be part of a panel with us, and ABDI Perpetua for the partnership, and Apex for the joint work we are doing together with CNI and Fiesp. I think Nelson mentioned the importance of these last 2 days. This show how the topic is developing in Brazil. I say it's a topic that we are just in the first steps. We have the idea that circular economy is part of our routine, but when we go abroad, we see that our reality is completely different. We are improving, but it's our role and responsibility to move towards more and more circular economy, because it impacts not only the efficient use of resources, but it's a matter of competitiveness for the industrial sector. When you apply circular economy, you reduce prices, reduce costs, and you become more competitive, and you have access to the domestic market and also to the international market. But on top of communication, we also need to walk and develop other topics. I have 3 major topics that were mentioned over the last 2 days. I believe it was 114 sessions, so you have an idea of the volume of the events we work. Now start with regulation. There was a panel talking about regulation, the impact on trade. It's a new panel, but it was highly praised due to the context that international decisions can impact the relationship between countries. The UA announced the standard that will affect not only French products, but also important goods. So we need to be prepared to meet these international regulations that are being announced. Undoubtedly, regulation is a very important topic. In Brazil, we are growing a lot. We are moving forward. We have a national strategy for circular economy. We approved the plan. We have a bill to be approved, waiting just a window to be voted, and then we complete a threshold so that we can operate with clear rules. This is the role of a good regulation, and to feed the way for the businessman to operate correctly and develop his work. The finance agenda was also discussed, an agenda that covers regulatory discussions, but in the international context, we have a relevant flow of international capital for actions that will impact climate change and circular economy. But only 5% goes towards Latin America and the Caribbean, which is very low. We receive this kind of capital, but it's an opportunity to understand why, especially when we look to micro and small companies. These have greater difficulty, especially because of guarantees, warranties. So we have to develop a collective warranty mechanism to facilitate access to this credit. But we see development banks discussing this. And finally, deployment. Ideas, agreements, laws, action plans. We have this in the context, and we work together with Firjan and Fiesp, but the time has come to put this into practice and bring companies to show what are their contributions for the transition to a low-carbon economy. This is the spirit we start the work today, to present the company, promote them so we can show all the work in the industrial and private sectors. So I stop now. I thank the partnership and your presence here, and you can contact me anytime you deem necessary. Thank you very much. Thank you, Davi, for your opening works. Now, Juliana, your time has come. Good morning. I feel obliged to reinforce my thanks to Nelson and Davi, to all of you present here today, especially Khalil, Nícia. When this event started to be designed, they understood the synergy of Ambipar with this agenda. It was very easy to make this happen. So we are here today, not only with an agenda to contribute with the cases, as Davi said, to present something material to what we've been discussing over these last 2 days, but also contributive for the management of waste generated during the event. Ambipar was responsible for this agenda, and also decarbonization. When we talk about circular economy, this is a topic that I feel comfortable both as a person and as a professional, because the drive of the company I represent, we have this topic. We believe in a low carbon economy. This is where we are investing all our efforts, and I'm sure that over the last 2 days we understood, given the maturity of the countries, we are all facing big challenges and similar challenges. And right now we are going to talk about what we are doing, the best cases, good possibilities so we can scale up, because we need this. So I thank you again, and I invite you to remain today, because it will be a very rich and fruitful event. Thank you. I'm sure. Thank you, Juliana, Nelson, and Davi, for your presence here in the opening ceremony. So sit in your original seats. A warm round of applause, and we'll continue with our program. Right now, we'll start the panel, the role of development agencies to innovation. So I invite the moderator, Khalil Curry Filho, Director of the Sustainable Development Department from Fiesp. And I also invite the panelists, Márcia Nejaim, representative from São Paulo office of the Brazilian Agencies for the Promotion of Exports and Investment, Apex Brasil. Welcome, Márcia. Maria Perpétua Almeida, Director of the Sustainable Economy and Industrialization Unit, ABDI. And Tiago Carmago Lopes, Projects and Innovation Director from the Paulista Agency for the Promotion of Investment and Competitiveness, Investe-SP. So I hand it over to Khalil Curry Filho. Good morning. Good morning to all of you. Today we are continuing the activities of this week. Yesterday and the day before yesterday at the Ibirapuera Park, a nice place. We developed many activities. Nelson and Davi summarized the last 2 days. We had 2 great days. And I must confess, I was surprised, because we would not have the drive to continue, but we have a full room, a high quality forum, and thank you for your presence here today. Thanks Ambipar for the support, the sponsorship, and also Volkswagen Trucks, where Priscilla, it's a long-term friend, She's involved with this agenda for a long time and with many good results. We'll listen today our friend Perpétua, Márcia, and Thiago from Invest São Paulo, Apex, ABDI. I will just do a short introduction. How I see development agencies, the role of the development agencies. Both Nelson and myself, we are from old school. When I was in the government, it was 1995, I was economy development secretary for the state of São Paulo, and I worked strictly connected with the secretary from São Paulo. Edson Capaz was the secretary, and with the Ministry of Economic Development at that time, Dorothea Werneck. And we talked a lot how to promote development, how to promote development. And at that time, the federal government was working to seek to put an end to inflation, to clean our economy, to reinvent the economy, and state banks were privatized or closed, and development banks became very small. We had BADEP was closed, BADESP in São Paulo was closed, and we discussed a lot. We need to promote development, and development agencies started to be formatted, to be founded and grow. Invest São Paulo did not exist at that time, Thiago. And in Paraná, we created one agency. I was the person responsible for leading the process. It was called Paraná Desenvolvimento, that move toward different routes. But the development agency is something very important. A development agency, it's a promoter of public policy. It's a link between
some relevant links, maybe the most important relation between the public and private sector, so that the public policies flow in order to foster innovation. You know, the wheels of the bicycle that enable you to move. It's not the bicycle or who's riding, but the small wheels that enable you to start walking. And then you take them away, and it goes on. It's like the midwives that help the birth of a baby. It's the new initiatives. So this is extremely relevant. Your role is so important. That's my personal opinion. And on the side of the industry, as I represent Fiesp here, you are fundamental, because in this moment where we see startups flourishing in the world, we need to foster innovation. We need to support, to have capital and financing. We see the old economy and we see the birth of a new economy. Maybe it's kind of ugly when a butterfly is born. It's not that cute, but we're going through that phase, and we're facing difficulties. The birth of a new era is difficult. Human birth is difficult. And you have that role, which is really relevant. And we, as the industry, we need you, because the innovation, well, in the old economy, we give you support. But it's on just words. We need resources, we need efforts, and the initiatives are still not economically feasible, still do not have results. The business as usual looks at them as a landscape, not as a core business. So innovation, new projects, development that the big industries have, fine, but the small companies don't have it. They need you. And you are able to multiply it like a sower. I see the agency as very relevant. Where The industry requires innovation. We must improve, we must evolve, not only for productivity, but also for new initiatives. We need the partnership with you, and we hope for that partnership. So BDI, Invest São Paulo, and PEX today, my first words about it is for you to make your opening remarks, but I would like to make this connection with the moment we're living. As Davi mentioned, this week of immersion, how you saw the forum, how do you see the possibility to represent the innovation agencies, and how can we surf the wave of this week? What you can bring to us? What is your opinion at this point? Just for order, let's start with Marcia, then Perpetua, and then Tiago. Then we reverse. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you for this opportunity, Dr. Calil. I congratulate you, Fiesp, CNI, not only for today and the 2 additional days of event, but the last days we had high-level debates. It was really interesting to see all the discussions that are still current. It's an old battle, but it's really current. And also for including Brazil as an important player in the international scenario. Brazil has a role. Last year, we led G20, this year BRICS and COP Belém, and the Circular Economy Forum that really enhances the position of our country in this fundamental agenda for Brazil. Congratulations, Fiesp, for the initiatives and for the incredible event. It was amazing to start as we did and to finalize yesterday and continue today with you. If I may, I would like to give you context. Dorothea Werneck created Apex. She was the creator, the mentor of Apex. I don't know if you know about it. It's the Brazilian agency to promote exports and foreign investment. We are connected to the Ministry of Development, Industry, Commerce and Services, and we support a lot of companies to train for exports, but also to connect businessmen and businesswomen to international buyers, to take Brazilian products and services abroad through fairs, rounds of negotiations, customized projects. We bring buyers to Brazil to get to know our production and also training for exports, as I said. In terms of investment, we talked to foreign companies that want to invest in Brazil and to include Brazil in their expansion strategies. Most of the companies are small and medium companies from many segments of the industry, from agribusiness, services, and startups and technological companies that are also so important in the world today. To attract investment, we have a dedicated team to talk to these investors. The strategic focus in some sectors such as biotechnology, renewable energy, sanitation, structure, venture capital, and private equity funds, just to mention a few. And the debate is so important. Sustainability and circular economy is so important for an agency as ours. What is the agency doing here? What's the role we may have in this debate? Just to give you context, 15 years ago, we started to talk about sustainability in a broader manner. We listened to the companies that were in the international market, and we saw the growth of the debate to create non-tariff barriers, sustainability systems, environmental systems, debating the barriers. We saw the growth of conduct codes of the companies, including restrictions to environmental issues. Today we have a very clear example, as it's been said by CNI, is the norms, international norms, such as the European regulation for foresting, because European companies will fiscalize their supply chains. So not only their countries, but also in what they import, and how all that interferes in international trade. This was a concern, but we also thought at that time that sustainability topics could be a competitive differentiation in the international market. Today, the debate, and this is a very difficult agenda, imagine 15 years ago, we knew that there was an impact in international trade, but competitiveness, the competitive differentiation, all that was very important for us at the time. So in exports, APEX works really close to sectorial associations, and we saw the incentives, the practice with ABICI in the textile sector, where we developed stamps and practices, training courses that ABICI does constantly today. Major work in the furniture sector as well, with initiatives and checklists for certifications, diagnosis. So we created these tools, these instruments, to include projects where we work. We invest, we have a robust budget to encourage that. We also created with GVSES, the Sustainability Center of the Foundation Getúlio Vargas, a program that's called Innovation and Sustainability in the Value Chains, to train companies with those attributes and to train APEX itself. We also discovered that companies that already developed sustainable solutions may access international markets. So it was very clear to us that APEX could have a crucial role using its training instruments to give access to those companies to the international market. Just to give you an example, a company called Terpenoi that made soil decontamination through raw materials of orange peels, and also Safe Trace, a traceability company, and so on and so forth. We have many examples. We incorporated in our practice, in our knowledge. We use design to improve products and services. So it was very clear to us that using sustainability design could be tools for innovation in international trade. Companies that innovate, look for international markets, are more competitive, and exporting companies tend to innovate more because they have contacts with competitors, with foreign markets and clients. It makes sense, especially for small companies, our target, to have the support in innovation, sustainability as a competitiveness aspect. As it has been said yesterday, international trade is a powerful tool to leverage the circular economy topics, sustainability topics as a whole. This is our contribution. Perpetua. Thank you very much. And Marcia, thank you very much. Thank you, Khalil. I would like to greet my colleagues, Thiago and Marcia, to greet you all. It's such a joy to be here in such an important debate for the planet. So I would like to thank Fiesp and CNI for the boldness, the courage, and the strength to bring these debates to Brazil. When we discuss sustainability, circularity, climate issues abroad, we accept unnecessary provocations depending on the way we are approached and we are approaching. This topic for us is approached in a timid way. Bringing the debate to Brazil show that in Brazil, a very important player in this debate on climate, clean energy, food safety, energy safety, this country wants to show the world that we are players in the debate on the planet. It's very hard for us to accept something and do nothing. BDI, in a partnership with the Ministry of Finance, made a survey about CBAM. What's the size of the complications that may affect exports? How can we adjust the industry, but also the possibility to make our own CBAM and to make our own requirements and demands. We have the authority, political and environmental authority, to show the effort Brazil has done. Just to give you an example of the energy matrix that's clean, no other country has it. Today, we have what other countries are pursuing to meet the 2030 targets. So the importance of our agencies, BDI, which is a federal government agency responsible for implementing public policies for the industry development, this debate is fundamental for us. President Lula used to say that we don't have another planet. We only have this one. There's no B planet. So we have to deal with it. Maybe 10 years ago, we never imagined that the industry would be such a player in the environmental debate. It was prohibited 6 years ago. It was even a taboo. But the good part is that we realized that debate on planet care, on circularity, is a debate that gives resources for the industry. It's an opportunity debate. So how to transform this environmental debate into opportunities? Last year, in one of the events with CNI and Fiesp, some people came not for the planet, but they come because of their wallet. They see the needs to make this debate. And I think we have conquered successfully this topic of mastering the industry. There's an effort from the federal government. The Ministry of Finance, it was not the environmental ministry, it was the finance that launched and is implementing an ecological transformation plan. And when the government launches the new Brazilian industry with more than 500 billion, and already 300 billion has been approved or circulating. This is very important. I would like to mention briefly that with those access, 2 examples. The Programa Renovar. We have a representative of this program here. What is the initial focus? It's decarbonization. Take away pollution from the environment. But once you start implementing that, it's industry money. It's the renewal of fleet. So programs such as that one, decarbonization means a debate in the environment. A program like this is an opportunity for you to foster industry, to make it work. And I am very proud of BDI because it's in charge of such a program. Another program that I consider very important is Recircula, Recirculate. Rogério is the manager of our the BDI directors, and we are in charge of ESG. We are provoking the agency internally. We're provoking the government and the industry itself. We created this platform, Recircula Brasil. The UN said that this is the only instrument capable of measuring all and making all the calculation for traceability of products. This is fantastic. I was talking to Rodrigo Menberg, and Mr. Alckmin is talking about the importance of this program. So at COP, we will tell the world about this program that may be available for other companies. And so there's a new industry in Brazil, such as the Programa Renovar. The the Recircula program will be implemented in industries and companies that work with that recycled material. We also have conversations with the textile area, glass people. Next week, we will side with Alumil to make this circularity process. So BDI gets the state politics and asks, how do you decarbonize? You use the politics or the policies and make them become solutions to work with the industry. Aluminium, paper, glass, all that is going towards the same direction of plastic circularity. There is a partnership with the ministry, with the energy ministry. We will sign a cooperation agreement focusing on cooling and climatization, especially for compressors. So it's an environmental debate, but it's also a focus on industry renewal. I don't know if you are aware, but ANEEL has billions of refrigerators to be distributed. They are delivered. It's part of the policy that has been approved to replace old refrigerators for new appliances, just like the cars with the renewal of the fleet. But it's not offset to change old refrigerators for new ones because our equipment is not able to make savings. There is no energy efficiency program, so we must work in that area because the low-income population is not making good use of this opportunity in Brazil, and because the industry must be renewed. If you look at the data, the figures of competitiveness of our industry in this area, we lost and we have ranked lower. So let's look at the environmental debate and let's invest to improve this area. We also have another example in Brasilia with the coordination of Rogério. We have more than 30 cooperatives of waste pickers, and we are looking at their work, and we are industrializing the process so that the Brazilian industry may have more opportunities to acquire recycled materials, and they can say this is an industry that looks at the environment and cares for it. When we do that, we also help a new industry to be born, a new business with sustainable practices.
I will stop right now, and if it's the case, we can resume our discussion later. Thank you. Perpetua, you are a natural speaker, so we need to enjoy the opportunity, but we'll have a second round with you for sure. Thank you very much. And you work hard since the beginning of this project, Thiago. It's really a shame to talk after Representative Perpetua. Good morning. Good morning to all of you here today. It's a great pleasure to be here today with Khalil, Márcia, Representative Perpetua, the organization Fiesp, CNI, Sintra, that prepared this fantastic event. I don't have much to talk when you talk after such good speakers. But I wanted to start from the beginning, the role of development agencies. I will really make Natalia crazy because she made a briefing with the talking points. I'll throw it away and I'll start talking about other topic. When we talk about the role, Perpetua talked very well about the discussion. It's not only the environment, but it's also an environmental issue. I have other points. From 2005 to 2009, I was member of CONAM, and I was the chairman of the waste chamber of this agency at the time when the national plan was being developed and devised. At that time, the number one topic was tires. So the disposal of tires until 2008, we had resolution that obliged every 4 tires, 5 needs to be disposed. There was 100 million tons of tires to be disposed. And due to the success of this policy, of tire collections, for every 4 trees we have the disposal. At the time, what we used to do was how can you develop innovation? How can you promote the pursuit for a circular economy, which is one of the incentives. They are important and they work. And we have now a moment when any person to innovate or to invest needs to be very brave. If I can get my money and invest it in a financial institution that will guarantee more 1% free of tax with no risk, what kind of business offers such a profit margin, 14% a year free of tax? So the first point is courage to invest. And we need to create another incentive to appeal these people or these funds. Innovation agencies play this important role. They must say, I will help you. You have this condition. You have the funds, the capital, which is very important. And you have the right to make mistakes. So innovation agencies, I see the role of innovation agencies different from developing banks, because development banks, they get the money in the market and they cannot have a loss. Development agencies, we need to work with the idea of lost fund. So we should you will the spillover, the impacts, the additional impacts of this will generate innovation. In this sense, if you have an important role like FINEP, FAPESP, the state of São Paulo invests strongly and heavily in research and development. If based on public investments of all these Brazilian states, São Paulo corresponds to 65% of all state investments in R&D. So it's a call. That's why São Paulo has 4 of the top 10 universities in Latin America. The name of the game is money. And we can see some interesting results. The companies must see the environmental issue as an economic asset. But we have other points. What we most improve in circularity, which is aluminum, our great joy, this does not happen because of environmental awareness, because someone was trying to save the planet. It happened like many things happen in Brazil, because we needed it to help. There was an economic value for it, so it's cheaper to get aluminum and recycle, and this made people to pick cans part of their income. So this is a clear example that it was not only environmental awareness, it's an image, a sad image of poor sectors of the economy that made it a way of living. There is the need of people to pick on waste, to seek the support of their families on the waste. The greater producer of this, because in São Paulo, have a very restrictive environmental licensee. This should not be an imperative for the industry. So the licensee was renewed, and there was a guideline because of emission. The base was saturated, and they had to modify their productive process, reducing by 95% the emissions. 95% is not enough. And then they hired the service of a startup that was absorbed by one of the pollution agencies, and they reached 99%. Regulation also plays this role in innovation. I'm really horrified to talk about regulation. It frightens me. But sometimes when regulation is done in an intelligent ways to understand the best practices, the economy will hire new entrants and promote innovation. Another point is money. If we are talking about circular economy, be it to save the environment or to move to a low-carbon economy, and Brazil has everything to be competitive in this field, or to help us create new economic alternatives, increasing employment, we need to discuss regulation, and we need to discuss funds that will be invested. In the last case, people repeat the same thing. We need more money. This is great unless you invest more. In case of regulation, we need to work together, the third sector, government, and industry. So we'll have an intelligent regulation. And when we have it, we want it to be uniform, because we do not create regional inequality and therefore creating a new environmental war. Well, here I can use coal, but in that state I can use coal, so I'll move there. So these are the two major topics. The discussion starts here, but it should be deployed in all areas of the economy. The debate starts here, and then we have a chance to make this transition with innovation and with economic sustainability. Thank you. Really relevant what you mentioned about regulation and interaction, which I agree with you. When you pursue regulation, you need to talk with regulated sectors, so the process is a win-win. It's not an obstacle. Instead of moving forwards, we keep stuck arguing. So we need to be intelligent and use dialogue and also collaboration. So taking this cue of collaboration, yesterday and the day before yesterday, we had the presence of representatives from more than 170 countries. and global institutions, regional institutions, all of them very important, and exchanging ideas. In some cases, bringing really surprising things. I participated in a forum about food safety, and there was a young lady from Africa with a project about dehydrating fruits and vegetables to increase their lifespan, because some African countries do not have electricity on a regular basis, and you have problems with refrigerating, causing losses of the crop, part of the crop. And the audience was surprised. We can apply this in different regions. And in rich economies, you have energy, you have refrigeration, so we need to transfer to other areas. So following this line, I would start now with Thiago. How your institutions act in the pursuit of partnership to shorten the road instead of creating the wheel from zero? How do you seek international partnerships, opening dialogue, not only for new ideas, but also to present domestic ideas? And this can help us accelerate process and make the ideas feasible and real, and also to foment partnerships that will increase trade, as Marcia seeks. She advocates in terms of protecting. So what do you see, and if you can focus on the goal and target of our conversation, innovation related to sustainability and circularity. The best example you mentioned on the example you gave about innovation, food safety and electricity. São Paulo has a great example in relation to this. I say São Paulo, but it's Brazil. It's a Paulista company, but it's a Brazilian company. Today we are prepared to sequestrate carbon, increasing the energy output without putting at risk food safety on ethanol chain. We have first generation ethanol, second generation ethanol, biomass, biomethane. So we plant sugar cane, we sequestrate carbon, then we have more carbon that is not issued because we are replacing fuel by ethanol, second generation ethanol, then we replace natural gas by biomethane. So these are stages we are sequestering carbon. What's more interesting is that we can do all this without spending a centimeter of land. We increase energy without requiring more land. So the idea that here in São Paulo we have all the technology to increase energy supply without putting at risk food safety. And what we did with cooperation with CNI, we worked together in Germany at EPA, and the topic was, on the same day, the first panel was future fuel, and the second one, food safety. And we show Brazilian experience, what Brazilian and São Paulo are doing in this area, and we're seeking European investors that are interested in this. And then we'll have investors interested in ethanol and SAF. They discussed hydrogen, and São Paulo advocates hydrogen through ethanol. Through the electrolysis of water, carbon is zero, but from ethanol, carbon is negative, so you have an offset. because we are sequestrating in different stages. So this cooperation with the industry and the sector representing the industry was very important to show this elsewhere and then bring new investments. So the name of the game is cooperation. In the case of Invest São Paulo, we are cooperating with the industry, with associations, with the states. Apex is our partner, is a top partner. Once again, I would like to thank our partnership with Apex. So the name of the game is partnership. Innovation occurs, but we need to present this elsewhere. Well, thank you. It's very good to put things into perspective. I want to rescue. People feared. There is a fear in Brazil and in Europe with the last American election. If the environmental discussion and debate would be put aside, the bright side is Brazil and most countries continue to do what they've been doing. And we're one step back, especially because of 2 points. First, because of the planet. Second, due to innovation. Investments we've made and in new businesses, in new undertakings. We don't want to step back and lose everything we've built so far. I believe that if you stop now, and this is a risk the U.S. is running, if you stop now, you lag behind, and then you have to go after this loss. I believe that we should make a huge effort to reduce bureaucracy. Nícia knows a technology I presented to Fiesp of a Brazilian startup. But I worked at Banco do Brasil, FINEP, BNDES, and I tried to appeal to them to finance that technology. It's a unique technology in the world that works with the waste of the textile industry, and there's no solution for this sludge. We have a Brazilian startup, and BBI with this startup will do an experiment in Turitama, a city called Turitama in the state of Pernambuco. We'll do this experience to treat the waste of textile industry. We are involving the Bank of Northeast, Ministry of Science Technology, the city. We'll do an experiment and see how we'll bring this experience to Brazil and maybe to the world. Rogério, I mentioned him before. Rogério at ABDI. We worked recently to dispute the fund, the social environmental fund from BNDES that's called Everything in Circularity. ABDI wants to manage this fund. We presented our proposal to BNDES. BNDES is studying to see which NGOs, agencies, or companies can manage this fund. You have the funds to bet in new technologies and the development of the Brazilian industry. So we'll do this management.
And we will have resources for new projects, and I think this is our role, to make the industry to develop, to have resources, new technologies, to help the planet, and to have disruptive businesses for development that will help the society and the country. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is the spirit that makes us advance. At Apex, we have this cooperation work as something very important. This is an example of internationalization of startups where we have worked with sister companies from Japan, Singapore, and Finland, for example, in a program that offers training, customized solutions for international expansion of those startups. We also have international missions, rounds with investors. There is an example with Agropec, a startup that works with biodegradable packagings using agricultural residues, and they just received an investment that will increase their capacity in 5 times. We have a lot of examples. We have climate change solutions, sustainability, but we also have to look for those kinds of companies. What makes a difference is the collaboration with those agencies, because they identify in their countries companies that could work in Brazil, so there is the attraction of investment, and Brazil does the same. We look at companies here that might take those solutions to other markets. Another example I would like to share with you, which is not so much collaboration with similar agencies, but a work we have in our offices. Apex has 18 offices spread in Brazil and in the main countries of the world, where we made the promotion and training when we have an ESG diagnosis for producers in the Amazon region, acai, and also nuts. So we identified producers that are compatible with the forest. We brought them here to get to know the production, to get to know our reality for a local immersion. This is a very important component of this cooperation. People don't know Brazil. Part of the significant work we conduct that we should increase is to show the world what we have developed here. A while ago, we were talking to Raízen, that has developed second-generation ethanol, and they told us that in Brazilian rounds with foreign investors, sometimes they had to show videos to show that it's really happening on that day. And I loved, because a company such as Raízen has to show what's happening in Brazil. So part of this component, as you mentioned, the African company, is to show that what's happening here, and they may be replicated in other places, because international trade is not only sales. Cooperation is very important. It's an exchange. So what practices can be copied in other places is fundamental and also used in our work. So cooperation with all similar agencies, the dissemination of our work, and to make this exchange is very interesting, because you can set up strategic partnerships with other countries. Your vision of the essence of cooperation at the origin of Apex shows the growth potential. That's huge. A connected world would be different. How could we, in a different time, spend a day like we are today to enjoy everything that we're learning here, to generate a report that we could give it to the coordination, then we would talk to managers and maybe insert that in a meeting in 45 days, where we will include this subject in the agenda to make it go on. With a cell phone, we can do it today. If we already shared information, or if you don't do it now, we can do it in a few moments. This increases the speed of communication. Maybe we won't do it here, but we can do it, send it to Abu Dhabi, for example. You can send it to Brussels to Aloysio there, our dear friend. You can send it to a partner in Germany very fast. So this is a different speed, a different moment. So many opportunities. I believe that from everything that Tiago said, we need the courage. You need this energy, like Perpetua, that looks at it and make it happen. We need these initiatives. We have time for a final round with you. I didn't check time. I use watches, but we have digital time here. We have 8 minutes and 30 seconds. So let's start with Tiago, then Marcia, and then we wrap up with Perpetua. Just a final remark, your message for this audience, and also for the people who are not here, which is even larger, who are following us online, and they are going to replicate to their networks. What message would you like to share to call towards this movement to have Brazil inserted in circularity with our natural resources that we have mentioned here? But Brazil is not only Amazonia, it's Cerrado, it's a lot of things. The sun, there's water, rivers, and a lot of people. As Minister Isabella says, we have a lot of tamed people to show their value. So what would be your message from where you are, from where you work, to call for action? Thank you. Well, I'd like to thank you for your great ability to mediate, this ability to show it. I'm terrified by a countdown in any clock. A transition to a low-carbon circular economy is strategic to São Paulo and Brazil. We have the natural resources and we have assets. We have creativity to innovate. And we also have the need. Even if we have natural resources, the reality is that Brazil is a poor country. Despite all the natural resources, our per capita income is low, our productivity is low. So we should make a shortcut in this transition period. We are very well positioned. We have all it takes. But we cannot stay put. We always miss the chance to take a chance. We can't miss that chance. It's everything in our hands. This is a very strong point of transition in the economy in general. We have artificial intelligence that changes everything, that changes all the productive processes. So this is a moment where we could move faster. So the message is not miss this moment. With all the partnerships we have, we're going to attract businesses to São Paulo, competitive and sustainable businesses. And to wrap up, I would like you all to participate of the Circular Day at Invest São Paulo from 8:30 to 5:30 p.m. Natalia might give you all the information. She's coordinating it. We will have 4 sessions of acceleration of circular economy, 2 partner panels, exhibitors with circularity examples, the Senai School, digital influencers talking about conscious consumption, and a fashion show. So let's participate of the Circular Day, and thank you once again for our great moderator who was brilliant in this debate, and thank you for the event organization. Thank you. Marcia, this is a very good place. Congratulations. What about Circular Day tomorrow? Well, you mentioned the cooperation. Cooperation among us in Brazil has advanced a lot. We still have a way to go. I'm very happy to be here in this panel with great partners. I have been in Apex for 20 years, and we have advanced in this cooperation between government agencies in all the subnational instances, municipal instances, where things happen. So we have Amazon, but we have the entire country. Brazil has these credentials that we have talked so much. So this is the time for the country. This is the time for Brazil. In fact, we have amazing opportunities, green nitrogen, renewable energies, regulations, carbon markets, the hydrogen national plan, the infrastructure. We try to attract investment. And even Suzano representative said, if you don't bring the social, you don't bring the circular. We attract investment for sanitation projects where 50% of the Brazilian population doesn't have the right access to water and sewage. It's fundamental to think of people. And Apex has this challenge to bring public policies elaborated by all the ministries to incorporate it in a transversal way in all the projects we work, exporting, attracting investment. So the focus on sustainability and circular economy is a priority in Brazil for the government and for Apex. As Isabella Teixeira said, this is not an energy transition, this is the addition. Brazil is going to be the 5th largest oil producer in 2030, so there will be the past realities, the current realities, and the future realities. We must understand that without it, we cannot advance in a pragmatical way. There are many business opportunities. Brazil is the platform for businesses from here to the world. We must attract investment, and we should take these solutions to other places. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, and I wish these great days in the circular talks will continue to be very fruitful, and Apex Brazil is available to the partners and to all the companies that want to be engaged in this challenging journey with us. Thank you very much. Perpetua. Now you wrap up. Thank you, Calil. Thank you, my colleagues. Thank you, Fiesp, for the opportunity to bring this debate to Brazil, to be here together in such an important debate for the planet, for our lives, for the future of the country and the planet. As a former nun, before going into politics, I was a Dominican nun, but I always fell in love with this debate of the industry. Initially, it was a defense industry. There was a time in the Ministry of Defense discussing with army commanders about the acquisitions of the military industry. And I always said that thinking of the industry, of technology, of innovation, is thinking of sovereignty. I am very proud to have a country that considers sovereignty. We are a sovereign country. We're a free and independent country. At the same time, the world is facing chaos, as if we were misled. But even in these moments, as I learned in the church, we must have communion. We must share. Even with the ideological differences, some that are more enthusiastic, but we must have communion. We must share the need to grow and to improve the planet. So we have this capacity to think differently and get together to make decisions and work together towards what we want. And we want to save the planet. We want to have economic growth in our country. Thank you very much. with her words. Thank you personally. Very good remarks. Very good. Truly. So we wrap up this panel and we will go on with our event. And I thank you all for your attention. And I hope this has been useful to you. We had 3 institutions that are like this bicycle little wheels that will help us start walking, start moving. It's very relevant. Thank you very much. Have a great day. We thank you all for bringing all of this to us. Thank you very much for your presence, for Márcia Perpétua, Tiago, and also Dr. Calil. It's a pleasure to have you here. As we set up the stage, I would like to complement what you said. Yesterday, I was presenting an innovation and technology event, and they wrapped up with a speech by a very well-known futurist, Marta Gabriel, who brought us this crazy overview of what's happening and is going to happen in the coming years. And obviously, she mentioned the deep transformations that will be visible in all the sectors of the industry. This is also part of what's going to happen in terms of artificial intelligence. It's nice that you mentioned that. So here we are, ready for the next panel, Circular Economy, Challenges and Opportunities. I would like to invite to the stage Davi Bontempo, Superintendent of Environment and Sustainability of CNI, to run this new phase. Welcome. Good morning, everyone, again. Now we go to a phase of comments and broader considerations, remarks about competitiveness and the regulatory framework. And now we're going to focus on cases. The forum that happened in the 2 previous days showed many cases, just to show you that there is this work line to share with you, as it's been said before, solutions that the sector, the private sector, has worked in the circular economy. We have Ambipar, we have Volkswagen, trucks and buses, 2 cases that are very significant, and they apply circular economy principles. They have developed business models based on that topics. And I'm going to call to the stage Juliana Coutinho, Commercial Director of Ambipar. And she's going to present this very interesting case. Juliana, the floor is yours.
More than a case. When we talk about circular, there are lots of things to say. I'll skip the introduction. Since the opening plenary session, we have a forum, so I'll skip the introduction part. And to paraphrase Perpétua about communion, at Ambipar, we have a motto that we share not only as company, but as people. We see ourselves as planet carer. When we share this and make this a communion, this motto really represents us in our day-to-day life. When we talk about circular economy, we should include ourselves and see ourselves in this role. It's beyond an economic solution, environmental solution. We need indeed believe that we belong, and we should be stewards of this. When we look to Ambipar operation, just to put things in a framework, we understand the need to have sustainable models that which are scalable. And we make this our essence. More than a solution, we understand that we need to experience this purpose to make our solutions and businesses sustainable. And this is what we do. When we see global leaders, Ambipar is part of them, and we have a research and development center that is taking care of this all the time. Open innovation, targeted innovation. This makes it possible, the cases I will present shortly. So it's redundant. Before going into the case itself, the challenges that we see in terms of circular economy. We have here people really engaged with this topic, so I don't need to discuss the merit of each one of these challenges, but to put things into framework, I will divide this into big avenues. We have post-consumption waste, which are those generated by us, by the event, the waste we generate in the last 2 days, which are post-consumption waste, and industrial waste, those who are generating during the productive process. When we look at post-consumption waste, we see a very scarce infrastructure. We lack selective collection, training, an initiative that she's doing on top of these challenges. We have a low level of recyclable, a very poor reverse logistics structure, a lack of public awareness about the importance of sorting this waste, to do this collective with environmental awareness. The previous panel put into make it clear, which is the legislation. We need clear benchmarks in terms of reverse logistics, and therefore we lack tax incentives and go beyond the economic barrier. So we have this as our main challenges here. On the other pillar, when we see industrial waste, we have a legislation which is more stricter in terms of maturity, but we still face lots of challenges in terms of disposal, fragmentation of reverse logistic, and tax incentives. So industries do not want to invest in big technologies to change this scenario, but we need them. So we have more than 3,000 open waste dumpsters. We need to change these ecosystems, and we need to understand this and structure solutions that are feasible. I don't want to explore the problems, the environmental sensibilities, but this is sad. What we can do now, taking into account that this is the current reality, it's the reality that we have. And I divided the case presentation following these avenues of post-consumption and post-industrial. So cases of post-consumption and post-industrial. So we can see that we can change the reality when we talk about circular economy, even facing all these challenges. When we look to post-consumption, what were the solutions Ampar saw to structure a concept of circular city? It's an interesting way to look the packages, post-consumption packages, and make, when they go to the cooperatives, they become again an input to the industry. This is divided in 5 major pillars. I'll present an overview of how we structure this, and then I'll present the practical case. At first, we make a diagnosis. What is the mass of waste we have? What are the social particularities of that region that I want to define as a circular city? What are the economic difficulties? What associations we have? So we do an X-ray of this ecosystem that we are trying to, where we are trying to solve the problem of post-consumption packages. So I involved a public agent. Although we believe we're introducing, this is not a general reality. We know that this is an agenda that public agents, they know it exists, but we lack people understanding. So we need to invite them, empower these public agents, and create a sense of belonging so they understand we need to improve. We need them to engage, to create regulations, to understand what to ask for. So we create their diagnosis and we invite these public agents to train them. After this gap, we access these collectors. In this third stage, what is our central pillar? Is to look at a collector and make him a recycling professional. And I'll show how we can do this. We train, we orient, we guide as a person. We do people management, financial management. We create process flow. We make them see himself inside a company. So this is beautiful through a social technology developed and deployed by Ambipar. After this, we connect territories because our interest is to find synergy points. So you need to do a very clear snapshot of the city, how they will work and what are the territories they will cover. And finally, we'll go to social franchise, which is the main product of this social technology we are deploying when we look to post-consumption. In practical terms, these are real images of our operations. So we start with the professionalization of these screening centers. They understand the differences of plastic, paper. Automatically their income grows. So they have training on financial management, the cost of this cooperative. So he starts to understand himself as a professional of recycling. After this, as the concept says, it's territorial. So we go to municipal routes. We understand logistic, volume, how it works, and we invite public people for this. So this makes sense, this metric makes sense because of this and that. So it's a joint construction. After this, we move to this social franchise model. We'll have some before and after presenting numbers that will put this into perspective. After this, before going to the practical issue, we find some solutions to integrate this methodology of circular city. So we create cooperatives and associations to increase waste collections. We have waste mechanisms to help them gain traction. So these trucks were developed to help them in this sense. After this, we understand we have autonomous collectors, how we have access to them. So we start to develop and distribute in this territory some hubs where collectors can deposit their products, and this will go to social franchises. So the first example, which is Santa Bárbara do Oeste, Nova Odessa, Hortolândia, Montemar, Elias, Fausto, and Capivari, what we were able to do there. 3 regulatory thresholds. We have 3 municipal plans developed for diagnosis in these sorting centers. The ability in this region increased 300% with the structure of social franchise. We created 4 franchises. On top of this training plan, we have more than 40 technical and workshops, because we understand we need to find synergies and share what works and what does not work. So this is a super success case. When we see how it was before our arrival, it's like this. You can't see yourself as a professional. That's it. It was a warehouse with no process, no sorting, everything mixed together, unhealthy environment. To give you an idea, in this space, people worked in the rain outside this warehouse because they were not able to work in there. And when we left, the franchise structure, it's like this. A process with social methodology, with a structure, and the sense of belonging to help it work and to make it sustainable. Everything adapt to the social reality of this territory. It's traceable. There is a traceability. You have compliance, traceability, and full dedication and dignification. When we arrive, they have 8 tons of monthly production away. It jumped to 62 tons. Their monthly income was 350 reais. They jumped to 2,000 reais, and the members doubled because they started to see there an opportunity that could change their lives. When we grab our problems, it's interesting because you go from 8 to 62, less waste on the street, less disposal on landfills. You have a change in the scenario. And when you see this leap in their income, there are indirect social benefits that should be taken into account. They use less public health. Their economic situation is better. Their purchasing power increases. So this has a positive impact in the city. So this is a franchise model. If you go there today, next week, it's always with this. They have a bathroom, a kitchen. They manage and take care of this area. Education comes not only to maximize the volume of product recycled, but to help the people understand themselves as professional. The material there will return to the industry. The industry needs this material. So if we structure it, we refuel the industry with raw material. So I'll move to another example. I need to rush because I'm running out of time. So we go to general accounts, and I'll present a work we developed with Proximares, and I will work only with post-consumption. Ambipar manages the industrial waste from Klabin. 30,000 tons monthly that are value in the industrial site of Cabrinha, Monte Alegre, Monte Borba. Great circularity, 99.3%. All industrial waste from Cabinha are managed firms, 30,000 tons a month that come as new products. Despite circularity of post-industrial waste, they start to look the surrounding society and invited us for this work. We had 7% sorting. They jumped to 140% increase in their productive capacity, 2 social franchises, 5 cooperatives, and lots of workshops to improve this the amount of recyclable. This is the receival. You see this warehouse and all this waste. This warehouse, people could not work in here. So it was common for them to work in the rain, in the middle of animals. And we start to structure in the acceleration stage. We moved here, and then we return the social franchise like that. It involves training public managers, meeting work groups. We did sessions with the community, inhabitants, associations too. So we have people eating in this environment, and this is really causing great impact. They were eating in the middle of the garbage for this model. This is a model where you have 43 tons, and they jumped 102 tons a month. They have an average income of 1,100 reais per cooperate, and they jumped to 4,300, and this with the same number of cooperates. The growth in income was process, social technology, training, and raising the awareness, and the presentation of methodologies to help them work as we believe they should be working. What is the message we leave? This technology of social technology, it's scalable, you can adapt to your situation, and it makes all the difference. Because we need to work on the basis. We need to understand that we are responsible for their social impacts industrial operations cause, and we have mechanisms that we can help us change this scenario. So we have material ready to be transformed in any other material. At Ambipar, we have 3 eco-parks, which are places to receive these wastes. But we have 11 transformation industries. So we are focused on transforming this waste and re-entry them in the productive center, then disposing. This is not our policy. And this material comes from here. So this is a case I'm really proud of. The heads of these units are here. So Maíra and Juliana, they are here today. They developed this technology of social technology, and I'm open to talk with you whenever you deem necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Juliana, for your words. It shows the work of this company. CNI in March launched the initiative called Business COP. It's Systemic Business COP. It's like the G20, but much more linked to the calendar that happens everywhere. Ambipar is going to lead a group that's called Circular Economy in Materials. Ambipar CEO is going to lead it, working with recommendations to be used in negotiations that will occur at COP, and also cases. And to have such a case is a great value to show how the private sector has contributed to this circular economy. To follow with our event, we're going to talk about the automotive sector. We're going to call Volkswagen Trucks and Buses. It's a case that is focused on recycling, remanufacturing with other Rs. In Rio, there was the launch of the 3 new ways of a circular economy in October last year. And there is going to be a show to how to work efficiency with the effects on emission reductions. It's a very complete case that deals with the entire supply chain, so it's very important. Sometimes we see cases that are focused only on the company, but they forget the corporate action. They have this role to encourage the supply chain. So I would like to call Priscila Rocha, Head of Sustainability and ESG for Volkswagen Trucks and Buses. It's a pleasure to have you here. The floor is yours. Thank you, Davi. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, those who are online. I brought just a few slides to chat, because talking about circular economy in the transportation sector without associating that to decarbonization in a clear language, let's forget the technical lingo. This is what I wanted to share with you in these slides, because at the end of the day, science has guided the strategy of the group as a whole. Before I go to the case, I like to share with you what is Volkswagen Trucks and Buses, to give you an idea of the size of this business and how it has an impact in the supply chain that's huge from beginning to the end. We talk to the well, from the well to the wheel, but we look at it as the life cycle. Volkswagen Trucks and Buses is one of the businesses of the Volkswagen Group under a trade hold that has other companies. Volkswagen Buses and Trucks has their headquarters in Brazil. So these Volkswagen trucks that you see on the streets were developed and produced in Brazil. So the group divides the world with trucks, and Volkswagen Buses and Trucks has the headquarters here, focusing in Latin America, a bit of Africa as well, and Asia. This is a leader in the market. It started its production at the site of Ipiranga, and then it increased the plant, and today we have a huge plant in Resende. Let me go back. There's a big plant in Resende with 30 years of operations, and also has worked strongly in the market, focusing on decarbonization and circularity. I always put them together because when we look at the impact of the trucks and buses industries, heavy vehicles, we have basically a product that uses a fossil resource. More than 97% of emissions in the life cycle are because of the use of the vehicle. When we take away those emissions, if you look at the category 3.11, we also have the category 1, where circular economy is the focus, where the carbon footprint of the materials that compose these gigantic machines. So we must work with the circular economy, otherwise we won't be able to decarbonize. So that's why I always put those two topics together. So this is the trucks line. I'm going to focus more on trucks that have decarbonization solutions. Everything starts with the strategy, as in any corporate environment, because we need a lot of collaborators, we need a big chain of suppliers and consumers, dealers, everybody should row towards the same direction. That's why we have this strategy that has a very bold purpose. We develop transportation solutions that are sustainable for all. When we talk about transportation, it's not only circularity and decarbonization. We're talking about a fair, inclusive transition that will bring everybody to our same boat or truck or bus in terms of training, employment, income, quality of life. And I have a few examples. When we talk about decarbonization, it's always focused on science. The major objective is to reduce emissions aligned with science. So the company will not provoke increase in temperature by 1.5 degrees. And in circularity, the focus of today is to check the business growth. So we want to grow, of course. Everybody has to use transportation. So we are going to transport materials. How can we grow and disconnect from the use of more raw material, more energy? So it's very challenging, but this is the objective of the group. And I will show you some actions that have been conducted. And also, we want a fair transition. Decarbonization. The company has electrical vehicles. The first truck developed and totally in Brazil. It's a delivery truck. And the first Volkswagen bus produced here, which is 100% electrical. We see some of them around. The company has worked with hybrid vehicles, a prototype that has an electrical side and a combustion engine. And also, obviously, we're talking about circular economy, a sustainable use of resources, well, a biomethane truck and biodiesel that's increasing, and the green skilling associated to the just transition focus. In 2023, the course created a post-graduation course together with the University of Santa Catarina to focus on electrification of heavy vehicles, because that didn't exist in Brazil. So once again, a cooperation between the industry and the academia to create this course. It's the second group now, and it has been made in the company. So the decarbonization focus for the production, vehicles, and in the value chain, we have seen good numbers of reduction of emissions, for example, in the operation, using more biofuels, apart or even beyond what we find in the stations. We add 10% of HVO, focusing on the use of processes, reduction of natural gas, and certifications for electric energy, using 100% renewable energy in all the operations. Circularity now. We work with the bigger objective of disconnecting the growth of the business from bigger use of materials and resources. And it starts in production. So the first line of action in those objectives is to reduce the consumption of those materials, to reduce any kind of reject or residue. And if it generates residue, it should be treated as such. We have a very good example that was shown by Ambipar. In the second line, we worked with a better use of renewable materials, recyclable and reusable materials at the beginning of the process. A while ago, people from quality would raise their hands and say, no, we're going to change the quality of the material, the resistance. It's not going to be the same. But this is how we go slowly with science, with studies, engagement, strategies, overcoming those barriers. The third line of action is another case that I will show you briefly. We work with remanufacturing. This is a business as well. It helps us to generate more value for the parts that are no longer useful because they had a defect or they had already gone over their life cycle or first life, and it's going to resume its value. This fosters circular economy. With one of our cases, one of our line of actions is that we developed 2 years ago the tank Arla 32, which is a component used since the Conama P7 because that it helps reduce the emissions of NOx. It's a quality parameter of air quality. When diesel burns, there is the generation of NOx. So this technique was developed a few years ago. This tank is essential to inject this Arla 32 in the NOx reduction. 32 is the concentration of urea in the component. The tank exists. All the vehicles are now leaving the factory with that tank. And it was produced with plastic from fossil ingredients. With our development people, together with the university, we were able to introduce a big amount of green polyethylene so that it had a bigger quantity of renewable material. We might use 30% up to 50%. And what were the benefits? Decarbonization, because we are replacing materials that were fossil, non-renewable, for renewable material, and even in the supplier that's responsible for all the extrusion of the pallet of plastic, they had gains or reduction in the consumption of energy as well. So he also was able to capture this big gain. The tank also was a benchmark for other parts of the vehicle. Today we have developed for those vehicles that can use a fuel tank that's plastic, we will have more reduction of carbon and also opening the door for other opportunities in all the materials. Another case that I would like to share with you to make the life cycles longer and reduce the footprint of carbon is the so-called Volks Green Line. It's a 6 years program. A priori, it seems like an idea that's not going to work. So you're going to remanufacture a part. Who's going to use that in a vehicle? Does it have quality? Won't I have problems with that part? So 6 years ago, we started studying it, and it's working well. In the guarantee system, these parts are collected in the dealers. Some send it through mail, especially. There's an agreement with the client, so the entire chain is involved, especially the clients. This is essential. Clients make an agreement to return the part. Look at this part. This is an engine block. It's a huge part. So we have engine parts, gear boxes, injectors, gear. So all this development brought us a portfolio of more than 85 parts, and the target is to look at the salespeople and say, let's advance with our targets. with our suppliers, with quality tests, the creation of reverse logistics. So we are able to improve the collection and the sales of this material. And to finalize, the conclusion is that nothing would be possible without our people. These are examples of how the company has worked in that sense, especially in training, technical training. We need more engineers. In the last surveys and statistics, we realized that we need science, technology, engineering, administration, more women as well. So there's an encouragement to educate people so that we also work in that area. We have a program called Formari from the Yoshpi Foundation, where we train people that have social vulnerability in the technical areas of the company. We went to Mexico with that program, and a very special one together with Senai, where we have the training of coding to young people with vulnerable situations. And we have many projects. They produce a lot of optimization of processes, system codings. And just to wrap up, my message is we have to question the status quo. It starts with us. We have to question what's going on. Otherwise, we go nowhere. But we also must know where we want to go. That's why we need science. So science will guide us on when, how much I need in terms of financial resources, materials, people, a lot of engagement, collaboration between all the areas. And from this organization environment, we have public policies. I'm very happy to see the circular talks and the public policies that we want to improve. We see strength, we see management standing out and focusing on planning, target definitions, and the financial incentives. Business doing its part, creating, developing, and enabling this evolution. So this is my message. Don't give up, question all the time, because together in a collaborative manner, we will advance. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Priscila. A very well-structured case, really focused on scopes 1 and 2. Scope 1, especially within processes, 2, using energy. Volkswagen has a very important role in scope 3 as well. We know many cases of industrial sectors that work in industrial processes, fuels, and also transportation. Transportation is a very important part of the business, especially when you look at the entire chain. Priscila has developed a very relevant work. And also, we can look at scope 3 that has not been so well used until now.
There's also the social issue. Priscila talked well about the consumer side, which is changing, even if slowly. People want to know how the product was manufactured, the service provided, and this will impact their decision-making process. Of course, price plays a major role, especially when you see the level of income. But we observe this change, and the social environmental awareness. We also talked about difficulties, many barriers, political barriers, public policy, policies, interests. You know, the higher interest, the higher the difficulty for financing and investment. Also, qualify manpower. We need to be prepared to receive this new economy, and then comes into action the role of SENAI in terms of training professionals to continue with our event. Super thanks, Davi. So now we'll continue with the programming, and I invite the manager of the Sustainable Department from FIESP, who will present circular with case studies. Mostly welcome. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. It's a great joy, apart from being very pleasant. Despite we are almost in the end at lunchtime, I will present only 274 cases. So feel comfortable. I'll try to be very fast. No one will fall asleep here and leave the room before the end of my presentation. Of course, I'm joking. I want to create here this collaborative environment. This is one of the key words. Alone, no, we can't walk alone. We need to be together in harmony, walking hand in hand. I want to bring what the role of our industries and the pride, how proud we are to work in an institution that works for the improvement of the environmental performance, the improvement that at FIESP CNI we've been working for more than 30 years. We also talked about competitiveness. Competitiveness is part of our DNA. We that work in the industry, we can't accommodate ourselves. We are also trying to improve. We are seeking innovation despite all difficulties that were presented and discussed here. In terms of competitiveness, there's nothing better in our life than a reward. When we have a prize, we have a challenge, and challenge is a motivation to move forward, to improve. And precisely at FIESP, in the 90s, in 95, I know most of you were not born by then, but FIESP was already awarded with this, and we created an award called Environmental Merit 35 years ago. And what's good to work with these prizes, and when I joined FIESP many years later, in this new century, not in the past century, we created the reward, conservation and reuse of water. We did not work with circularity as circularity, but to do energy efficiency, product efficiency, to reduce waste, reduce water consumption. This is in the scope of circular economy. Lately, in the last few years, working at FIESP and with all these awards, it's good to see competitiveness as a priority. And I will invite I would call for a video to show these numbers, these two awards, the work of FIESP, before we go to the 274 cases I will present to you. It started, and it comes from a commitment to build a sustainable future. The industry assumes important protagonism in new ways of production with resources in circulation, generating value in a continuous way and prioritizing efficiencies. The role of the industry to lead economic growth with innovation and sustainability. waste becomes resources. Products have a higher lifespan, and natural resources are preserved. More 30 years of good practices transforming the way we think and act. With water reuse, we gain efficiency and we preserve resources. With renewable sources, we improve in clean energy and sustainable energy. And with environmental education, we plant knowledge and millions of new trees for tomorrow. The reward of innovation and reuse of water engaged a large amount of companies and funds. More than 500 projects and 2.5 billion reais. The industry creates and recreates. Well, this is just a sample of what I'll show you from now on. You've seen our dear representative, a former environmental secretary, our former Chairman Walter Lazzarini, many years of history, and I should acknowledge them here for all those people who are building the maturity stage, as Juliana mentioned. Some are more advanced in this stage, others are just beginning, but everybody is engaged in this journey. This is what showed the research promoted by CNEs, and 85% of industry in the country adopt at least one of these practices. And sometimes they adopt and they are unaware that that is a practice of circular economy. And this is the goal of the forum, to bring this forum to Brazil, to show that circular economy goes beyond recycling. We had an idea that we talk only about recycling. Circular economy is a new economic model. When we work with the industry and regulating agencies, those more experienced remember that some decades ago, he's the responsible for PCS, sustainable consumption and production, ESG, and now circular economy. This is a journey, an evolution of concepts, a technological evolution, an evolution in the way we think. This is part of this group of the circular economy, different actions in different parts. Going towards the cases. Every time I repeat, I'll mention the cases, but now it's the case time. To complement the CNI research, we want to show in the forum that Brazil, we don't joke. We love to joke, to have fun. We have a beautiful environment, the park, a nice environment, but we work hard and with responsibility. And we want to gather a large number of experiences in what we call cases, we call best practices cases, to give you a sample. It's just a sample of the many things we are doing. And I'm proud to work for this industry as the examples that were presented here. We are really proud to work with this industry that makes more with very few. Last year, we made a public call for cases that resulted in 274 cases. We have regulations, but people really enthusiastic with this call. We received not only cases from industries, we received cases from city, municipality, churches adopting these practices. We were really proud. We invited from all these cases, not all of them could be here today, so we invited an independent committee with experts, CITRA. We grouped a group of experts to judge all the cases, classified and sorted them, because the goal was not to have a winner. Who was the winner? Who is the champion? No. All 274 cases are winners, each one playing their part. That's what Priscilla said. Each one of us needs to gather what we learn, take home, rethink. There is a good book, Think Again. So we want you to leave here with this seed in your heart, that you take care of the seed to help it grow, bloom, and make a better world. For this, unfortunately, we need to have a selective process, and we selected from the 200 cases, which are from the industrial sector. We selected 200 which are industry cases. From them, we wanted to present at first the more representatives, the one that were more inspiring, judged by this independent commission. I did not take part in the judgment. We just organized. From the 50 cases we have here, and the other 150 you can find in our website, Economia Circular, at @fiesp.com.br, are there. You can download and inspire. And this e-book is a product from the forum. We selected 50 cases. What were the criteria? One, potential of applicability and scalability. As said before, not all of them have money to invest, but maybe a fresh look, a new idea, and maybe that idea can make all the difference in the transformation of a process, a product, or a design. It was also mentioned by Thiago. We are a poor country. We have lots of deficiencies, and this promotes creativity. This is the best quality of all Brazilians. Despite all difficulties, we always do our best, and we find solutions to help us move forward. This is one of the most important criteria in this commission, the scalability potential of the case, other the impact of circular practice, the other, innovator character, and finally, the dimension of the problem solved. These criteria were used to get to the selection of the 50 cases. You can access the QR code. It's available in Portuguese and in English. But I should mention the segments included in these 50 cases. And I want once again to congratulate all of you. He said today we have the best event of acceleration process for a beach. For me, all children, all industrial sectors are beautiful. All of them are important. Fiesp and CNI represent all of them. I can't say that the sun 1, 2 is more beautiful than the other one. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a mother. So the food industry is highly engaged. The automotive sector, we had an important case. Paper and celluloses, electro appliance, and electroelectronic. This is one of the major challenges we have today. I see lots of mobile phones. So we have important cases in this sector showing how we work circularity with these products, and more. Hygiene, beauty, we who are more or less fit, thanks to the beauty and cosmetic sector, to all products, mining and steel mill industry, base sectors are very important to all the sectors and to all chemical sector. Dr. Nelson, our deacon and great inspiration from the top of his knowledge and support. A brief remark. We that work in the industry, those who work on the floor of the plants, if you don't have the engagement of the company, of the top management with the causes. And at home, we have top management and Dr. Nel, so I would like to thank him publicly for the support for this work. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. The textile sector, energy sector, agricultural sector, packaging sector, and many other important sectors, waste management sector, Ambipar, and many other entities. All sectors, this is our proud, all sectors are engaged. And the forum was held for the first time in Latin America. We want to support our neighbors. I don't know if Patricia is here. She has a rubber plant in Argentina. She was present yesterday. Chile, Bolivia, Colombia, Paraguay, Argentina, Uruguay. All these countries presented their cases. You can assess and learn what they're doing. So this communion of efforts, goodwill, and partnerships were present to make this possible. I would like to take this opportunity, but I just want to thank, a special thanks to my team. Without them, this event would not be possible. I will nominate Natasha, Wilson, Sueli, Ricardo, Maria Eduarda, Jorge Rocco, Juliana, responsible for these circular talks, Alexandro, Marco Caminha. I would like to thank these real heroes. We are working for 1 year to organize this event together with Citra, other partners, CNI that worked with us on a daily basis. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all. Thank you very much. Well, great. She's the only person that presents 250 cases and is not out of schedule. Well, as our acceleration event is part of WCF 2025, we'll bring some highlights from our forums to close this morning's session. So I invite Nelson Pereira dos Reis, Vice President and Director of the Sustainable Development Department from CIESP, and David Bontempo, Environmental and Sustainability Superintendent from CNI. Let's give the floor to them.
We are finishing this initial session in great style with high energy, very positive. And this was the objective. We are talking about circular economy, the concept, the term in itself were not perfectly understood in our basis of companies. As Anícia said, a lot of people are already working on circular economy, even not knowing what it is, and the importance of circular economy for the future. So this is a new way to make businesses. We are talking about activities, about business, productive activities, commerce, and all that. So circular economy is consolidated as the future that we would like to see. We say there's no planet B. The energy transition is not a transition, it's an addition. As Isabella explained yesterday, we're not only increasing the consumption of energy due to productive activities, but all the technological apparatus, all this innovation will require a lot of additional energy to be accomplished. So this is a new world with paradigms being changed, new ways to face things. And the key word in the process that has been mentioned by all the participants in our panels is cooperation. Cooperation. Innovation is coming, will be the basis of the entire process, but cooperation will be essential to share knowledge, to disseminate knowledge, to take this knowledge to the new generations that are coming up, that are already engaged. Yesterday, I had an experience. One of my grandsons, who's studying economy at Foundation Getúlio Vargas, he was talking to me, and yesterday he entered in YouTube to follow the forum. And he was telling me that he was looking at the computer, and a colleague came up and said, and asked what he was seeing, and he explained. Then came another one. In the end, almost all the classroom was following the forum. So it was very interesting to share with him this experience. And now they want to talk to me to know more about all that. It's really very rewarding. The future, the innovations, the engagement is possible. But it's only possible if we get to the hearts of people. This is what's going to move the future and will move the new generations to look at the way we develop our societies in the pursuit of better practices and fundamentally a fair world. Brazil is a poor country, but it's unequal as well. It's unequal. So we might be able to improve that with all this cooperation process, this interaction process between all of us. So I would like to give the floor to Davi to talk a bit more about our forum. Thank you. As you said, there is an evolution. We talk a lot about how to improve communication, how to touch the new generations to be able to evolve with a better basis. It's a work that takes time, but it's been built. We have been working a lot with CNI, Fiesp, entities of reverse logistics, many companies, academia. We have a full house today. This is one of the best indicators about the interest of this topic, as we have seen in the 2 previous days. I am sure that this afternoon and tomorrow, people will still be very interested in the industrial sector. We have been working on this topic for a long time. There was a forum of consumption and sustainable production that we saw for the first time the word circular economy. And since then, we tried to relate it with other topics, the Industry 4.0. The subject is a competitive factor for the industry. We have evolved a lot with USP, with many surveys, studies, business models. We even made a proposal for the presidential candidates to bring circular economy as one of the topics of the economic system. We also worked for small and medium companies. We developed a maturity route. We worked together with Fiesp and Firjan, with other stakeholders to build the international norm. It was a hard work of concepts. Sometimes we would discuss a word 3 or 4 months. So, because we needed the understanding of more than 100 countries with different maturity. We were thinking about business models, indicators, targets, goals. Some other groups of developing countries, such as Brazil, thinking of how they would solve structural problems from this and the past century, such as sanitation and landfills, as we have talked before. How could we end that? So moments are different in different countries. But nevertheless, we talked about this topic that's part of a bigger strategy. The decarbonization agenda and circular economy has a lot to contribute for this transition of low carbon, together with energy that's been discussed yesterday a lot. And circular economy, when we talk about efficiency, it will touch with many of these topics. Replacement of fuels, we have hydrogen, expansion of renewables, wind power, and many other topics, biofuels. And cases, as we have seen here, must be shown abroad. In November, we will have that chance. We will have the forum here, which is a very specific event. But we will have the big highlight at the end of the year in November, and it's the adequate place to show how we have made this transition with the private sector that has contributed to the circular economy, linked to decarbonization, emissions reductions, but not only the context of emissions reductions. It's more than that. We saw 2 cases here, but you will have the opportunity to know all the others that were presented by Inicio in the e-book, and we will see how engaged we are in this agenda. An agenda that's going to contemplate many spheres, social, environmental, and there are economic unfoldings, because all the projects, all the programs must also stand up. So this is the message for you. Nelson shared with us the story of his grandson, but yesterday people told me that circular economy is even in a soap opera. I don't watch it, I can't say anything about it, but this topic is more present in schools, in the industry, in the academia, in theses, master's dissertations. So this is a topic that's going to help us a lot. So this is the spirit with which I would like to say goodbye to you. I would like to thank Fiesp, the Citro team. I don't know if we have representatives from them, but my thank you to the CNI team, those who were present here, Erika, Tachi, Vanderlei that came today, Larissa, who worked fully, and also those who are in Brasilia with all their support. It's not the event, it's a journey that we have been building in a long time, and it's more effective now. Thank you very much, and thank you all for your presence. So once again, thank you very much, Davi and Nelson, and thank you all for your presence that have been with us in this first session of our event. I would like to invite you for lunch that's going to be served in a few moments in our foyer, and we will return at 2 p.m. We have a lot of nice things, and thank you very much for those who are also online. At 2 p.m. we will be back. See you soon. Have a great lunch.
A Coag, uma empresa, é uma startup criada em 2022 em parceria com o Sebrae-Tech. A função da empresa é fazer o reuso. A Coag, uma empresa, é uma startup criada em 2022 em parceria com o Sebrae-Tech. A função da empresa é fazer o reuso da água desperdiçada pelo sistema de aquecimento a gás. A Coag, uma empresa, é uma startup. A Coag, uma empresa, é uma startup criada em 2022 em parceria com o Sebrae-Tech. A Coag, uma empresa, é uma startup criada em 2022 em parceria com o Sebrae-Tech. A função da empresa é fazer o reuso da água desperdiçada pelo sistema de aquecimento a gás. Vai atingir entre 100 a 200 milhões.
O Brasil precisa da indústria. De uma indústria forte.
O futuro exige mais do que compromisso. Exige ação, exige regeneração, exige cuidar do planeta. O futuro exige mais do que compromisso. Exige ação, exige regeneração, exige cuidar do planeta A. E a Ambipar, líder global em soluções ambientais, está presente em 6 continentes, transformando desafios em oportunidades para um planeta mais sustentável, conectando empresas e sociedade em um só propósito: preservar o mundo para as futuras gerações. Nossa missão é promover a transformação ecológica através de projetos de descarbonização, economia circular, transição energética e regeneração ambiental. Na Ambipar, cuidar do planeta está no centro de todas nossas unidades de negócios. Oferecemos serviços de gestão total de resíduos pós-consumo e pós-indústria, com foco na economia circular, menor extração de recursos naturais e redução de emissão de carbono, movimentando cerca de 4 milhões de toneladas por ano. Eleita por 4 vezes a melhor desenvolvedora de projetos de carbono florestal.
Conectamos consumidores e indústrias a soluções sustentáveis de coleta, revenda e reciclagem de eletrônicos. Desenvolvemos então totem inteligente que avalia, compra e destina corretamente os eletrônicos usados, permitindo o recondicionamento e revenda de forma automatizada, segura e sustentável.
A Zahara propõe uma plataforma que integra empresas fornecedoras de matéria-prima, os artesãos e clientes.
A Sobrou Novo é o primeiro marketplace especializado em materiais de resto de obras. O impacto de toneladas de materiais de construção jogadas pelo planeta é muito prejudicial. Então, assim, nós criamos um marketplace onde quem tem, vende e quem precisa, economiza.
A proposta que eu trago é sobre reciclagem avançada de plásticos, usando um método chamado pirólise catalítica, que é um processo termoquímico que utiliza um catalisador para decompor materiais orgânicos, transformando-os em produtos valiosos como óleo e gás. Esse método possibilita o retorno de toneladas de plástico ao mercado, contribuindo para um ciclo fechado, sustentável e mais lucrativo para a indústria.
Onde encontramos o lixo? Nas praias, no carnaval, em shows e feiras livres. Então nós criamos uma solução simples e prática, um suporte de papelão. Ele possui 3 tamanhos distintos, ele permite a impressão de logomarcas e mensagens educativas.
Conectamos consumidores e indústrias a soluções sustentáveis de coleta, revenda e reciclagem de eletrônicos. Desenvolvemos então totem inteligente que avalia, compra e destina corretamente os eletrônicos usados, permitindo o recondicionamento e revenda de forma automatizada, segura e sustentável.
A Zahara propõe uma plataforma que integra empresas fornecedoras de matéria-prima.
Somos da Cialg e desenvolvemos o Sardative, o ingrediente cosmético antioxidante e anti-envelhecimento,
feito a partir de algas marinhas que se acumulam nas praias brasileiras e que geralmente são descartadas como lixo em aterro, e fortalece cadeias produtivas locais.
Eu sou o Fábio, fundador da Cacaus Biocosméticos, uma startup de impacto socioambiental que transforma os resíduos agrícolas de cacau em biocosméticos e bioembalagens sustentáveis e biodegradáveis.
Desenvolvemos uma máquina, a estação ambiental, que é usada para coleta inteligente através de visão computacional para reciclar PET e alumínio de forma eficiente.
Atualmente, milhares de máquinas, galpões e recursos industriais estão parados, ociosos. O Circo Mais é uma plataforma digital que conecta indústrias para reutilizar esses ativos parados, transformando a ociosidade em valor.
Conectamos consumidores e indústrias a soluções sustentáveis de coleta, revenda e reciclagem de eletrônicos. Desenvolvemos então totem inteligente que avalia, compra e destina corretamente
fechado.
Olá, boa tarde.
Good afternoon. Please kindly put your mobile turn off your mobiles or put it on mute mode. We'll start shortly. Enjoy and good afternoon. Brazil needs an industry, an innovative industry capable of generating many employment industry-strong country. Future requires more than commitment. It requires
em 6 continentes, transformando desafios em oportunidades para um planeta mais sustentável, conectando empresas e sociedade em um só propósito: preservar o mundo para as futuras gerações. Nossa missão é promover a transformação ecológica através de projetos de descarbonização, economia circular, transição energética e regeneração ambiental. Na Ambipar, cuidar do planeta está no centro de todas nossas unidades de negócios. Temos serviços de gestão total de resíduos pós-consumo e pós-indústria, com foco na economia circular, menor extração de recursos naturais e redução de emissão de carbono, movimentando cerca de 4 milhões de toneladas por ano. Eleita por 4 vezes a melhor desenvolvedora de projetos de carbono florestal do mundo, oferecemos soluções para toda a jornada de descarbonização através da consultoria e geração de comercialização de créditos de carbono. Com a Ambipar, a indústria, engenharia e outros setores podem regenerar os recursos naturais através da gestão de efluentes, produção e fornecimento de água, e secagem e deságue de rejeitos. A Ambipar atua de ponta a ponta em programas de ações de gestão de riscos, governança e compliance ambiental. Somos líderes globais em gestão de crises e resposta a emergências ambientais. Operamos de forma simultânea, escalável e padronizada, com mais de 600 bases estrategicamente distribuídas ao redor do mundo. Oferecemos bases de emergência e operação de navios para apoio portuário e offshore. São mais de 70 embarcações e um terminal próprio em Navegantes, em Santa Catarina. E a Ambipar também oferece soluções em limpeza industrial, reparo, manutenção e inspeções. Disponibilizamos de tecnologias para reduzir riscos e aumentar a eficiência operacional. E também oferecemos serviços de consultoria, análises ambientais, remediação de áreas contaminadas, licenciamento e reabilitação da fauna e flora. Somos cuidadores do planeta. Ambipar, líder global em soluções ambientais.
Olá, pessoal, boa tarde a todos. Bem-vindas, bem-vindos a quem está aqui presencialmente.
Those who are here on Tivoli Mofalés and those online. Live online, we are on Fiesp channel on YouTube, broadcasting our event. This is Circular Talks, ideas that inspire, practice that transform, event promoted by Fiesp and CNI, acceleration event that is part of the World Forum of Circular Economy, WFCE 2025. I'm Katia Felipe, Master of Ceremony. It's a great joy to be here. I'm really anxious to fill the afternoon I feel the energy, and I think you're really enthusiastic. Apex Brasil, and dynamics. So I welcome with Pierre. I invite Renata Gomes. Be mostly welcome, Renata. I hand it over directly to Pierre. Do you want to speak from the podium, or do you want to? Good afternoon. Be mostly welcome on behalf of Fiesp. It's a great joy to see the full room. And this Thursday, we have the challenge to fill the space, and we are really proud to have all of you here today. I think it's a great work we are doing, the department Micro, Small Industry Acelera Fiesp, to industry needs to innovate, to be more and more competitive, and to follow up all the revolution that is happening in the world in terms of technology. And our role is to put at the industry access what's available for her in terms of innovation. And we do this through startups, scale-ups, ideas coming from university research centers, and so forth. So we try to gather excellent solutions in what concerns circular economy, so industry have access to these solutions and improve their business opportunities, create a connection with you, this collaborative exchange. So this will be very fruitful for the whole system. So it's a great joy to have you here, and for the industry to welcome, see, and check all these projects. I will try to explain our dynamics, the dynamics of our works. We have two groups of solutions, let's call it. One, the scale-ups, startups already in the market. They have a product, they have revenue, they are selling their services, products and services. And the other one, ideas, startups on the ideal stage. So we have and universities. So we have three blocks of scale-ups and 3 blocks of startups. From the scale-ups, the first block, I will invite the 3 of them. Each one will have 3 minutes to do its speech. The evaluation group will analyze the when we finish the scale-ups, we'll have the startups. We'll have a video of each one. Each block has 5 startups, and one of them will have the opportunity to do the pitch here, the one chosen by the evaluating board. It's a secret. The startup that will do its pitch here does not know she was elected, but from the 3 blocks, we'll have 3 startups doing their pitch. And at the end, we'll select the winner from Scale Up and the group from startups. They will receive an award from us and from Apex. And this is our afternoon. I would just like to thank, before handing over to Renata. First of all, I would like to thank the Sustainable Development Department from Fiesp, who organized this event and invited us to be responsible for this part of the event. I would like to thank Alicia for the opportunity to be working with them in this event. The universities that presented their project, so we have UFRJ, UFMU, AMB Morumbi, USP, Unesp, FATEC, Zumbi dos Palmares, and Impata. And I would also like to thank Apex, ABRI, and the 80 project that registered for this event today. We selected 24, 9 scale-ups and 20 startups. So again, thank you very much. I hope it's really profitable to all of us, and I hope we have a great event. Thank you very much. I will hand it over to Renata. Thank you, Pierre. Good afternoon. First, to thank Fiesp and the other partners. It's a great joy to be here. In terms of circular economy, there is no doubt that it's a global agenda. As we replace the linear model of production and consumption by practices prioritizing reuse, recycling of resources, we open the economy for new business models which are more sustainable and competitive. And if it's a global agenda, it's a fertile land for companies who wants to export its products and service. And how Apex can help with this? Apex Brazil is the Brazilian agents to promote exports and attract investments. It's connected to the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Services, and we deal with exports and attraction of investments. For this, we have a series of initiatives available to support companies, and I will mention just a few, so you can understand how Apex can help you to export and become international. When we talk about promote exports, we start with training. So we have a series of courses focused, as we are talking about circular economy startups, we have courses focused on circular economy to startups. We also have market intelligence producing a series of studies that can help you target the actions, your export strategy, and also to attract investments. When we talk about promotion, today Apex have 58 agreements with sectorial entities to execute actions. So we sign an agreement with the entities, we transfer the funds, and they execute what was agreed between Apex and the entities. This is a way to spread our action once we can't be everywhere with all actions. So we do this with sectorial institutions which cover different sectors of the economy. We also work directly. Here, as we are talking about startups, I'll just mention some actions. We just returned from Rio, Web Summit Rio. We took 120 companies that participated and demonstrated their products. 20 companies presented their pitch for international investors, and a series of other activities. So to give you an idea, this year we went 4 years from now in Barcelona, Web Summit in Rio, Web Summit Lisbon. We want to bring 250 companies. We have Vivatex in June in Paris with 50 companies. The delegation is ready. We have Giant in Dubai in October. So this is just a few actions. And we are the startups come and thank you. They are really in awe because they receive a huge support. And most of them, especially those who are frequent users, have very positive results. So we really recommend that you learn about this project. We also have 11 offices in 11 different countries that support companies who wants to become international. In the area of investments, we have promotion, attraction of investment, and exports. So when we match what foreign investors are looking in Brazil and what Brazilian companies need, so we make we put them in contact. In the next 2 years, we have a series of initiatives available, like partnerships public-private, that will be done in the next 2 years. So there are lots of good news coming shortly. I want to talk about success cases, but just a few examples. With sectorial entities, we have several ceramic companies who are reusing waste in the project with Anfacer. We have companies from the textile industry. The textile industry is one of the ones that produce the largest amount of waste, so they are recycling cloth, clothes. So we have several companies in the agreement with Abit that are gaining space in the world with these initiatives. We have furniture companies, the green plastic with PNP. So we have different companies who are going through the circular economy road. In terms of startups, we have several companies that went with us to Web Summit, Lisbon, and other initiatives, Abadu Design, CO2 Life. We have a series of companies which are circular economy startups that already have partnerships, acquire investments, and they are spreading all over the world. This is what we wanted to say to explain how we work. We invite you to come and learn about Abecs Brazil and check what we can do for you. Myself and my peers will be here until the end of this event, but we recommend strongly that you go to our website, apexbrazil.com.br. You have a box, talk with us, and there is a field where you can say what you're looking for. If you're looking investment, if you want to participate, to be in our database, to receive communication about our actions. So we'll direct your demand and you will receive our emails and will be in our database and have access to all our actions. A last message. We were talking over lunchtime. Quite frequently, the company says, export's not for me. I'm on the early stages. It's very difficult. But this is not always the case. There are companies that have a long way, but many companies got surprised when they come to us and check. It's not so difficult. Sometimes they are ready and we're unaware of this. So don't be paralyzed by fear. Come and talk with us and check what we can do for you. Thank you very much. Well, after this incentive, we can't fear anything. Renata, thank you for your presence and participation. Now I invite Pierre to come back and we'll follow with the startups. And the first one will be advanced recycling. Well, let's go. Let's start with the first part. Advanced recycling. We'll do one block of scale up, one block of startup, okay? I'll invite Ciclopac Leonardo Roriz Coelho for its speech. A warm round of applause to Leonardo. Thank you, Pierre. 3 minutes. We have the chronos there. Hello, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure. It's an honor to be here in this world event of circular economy. If you allow me, I would like to imagine with you a future where each pack talks, communicate, and interact with us. It says if it's recycled, the amount of recycling, from what plant, what machine produced it. And when it's recycled, it can send a sign to the chain informing it just closed its cycle. This would be really cool. So the future arrived with CecoID. Not only it identified the type of polymer and the material and code, so you can add, track, and rely on it. So we have an intelligent packaging. So Leonardo Roriz, that's my name. I'm CEO of Ciclopac, which is a deep tech, a nanotech, codifying the matter to make it intelligence. So what's the problem we have in recyclability? We have traceability system based on electronic invoice and mass balance. But what guarantees the product on point A arrived on point B, that the product is the same one? How can you guarantee this? Maybe there are frauds, falsifications, fraction of these products, code, invoices. And when you insert a data in a blockchain or in a system and you have it a wrong data, it perpetuates and you generate credit and certificated based on wrong data. You can certify those who are working with bad. But if the packaging tells your story, its origin, its manufacturing, its lifespan, you would solve this matter. That's when CicloID comes into play. It's a nanotechnological additive that is inserted in the matter during its manufacturing. You can scan it in less than 2 seconds, and you have a physical token in the package that allows us to read the percentage of recyclability, if it was recycled or not, what kind of material, and we do this auditing both Brazil and abroad. And we generate the Ciclopac stamp so we can move forward. So we are creating a reliable infrastructure and we can connect with all kinds of systems. So we created a talking platform. Your time is over. Thank you, Leo.
We have 2 minutes for questions. Can you just set the timer, please? Yes? Okay. No questions? It will start. Good afternoon. Congratulations. I work for a chemical company. The physical chemical issues, how this product you are adding to the packaging will affect the physical chemical materials. It's inert, it's approved by FDA, and it's totally inert. We were very careful with that because we know if it gets mixed, or especially mechanical activities, even as isolation for food, yes, we have FDA. We can work with that with any kind of packaging. Congratulations for your presentation and for this initiative. In the end, I don't know if it was cut. You're talking about a platform. These are 2 different businesses, right? You have this amazing process that but also the platform. All that is ready, or is it? Yes, I connect with the existing platforms of traceability, blockchain, intelligent contracts. We are physical tokens, so I put this data according to the matter. I make an audit before you insert data in the system. So guarantee that compliance with the data, with the blockchain, reverse logistics, and so on and so forth. I would like to ask about pricing. I understand that you are mixing a product that goes within the raw material, but also a software as a service or digital identity. What's the pricing? We charge by kilo of the product, and the service is by tons of products processed in the system. And we are able to have an impact of 2 or 3% of the plastic, of the resin. Congratulations. Good luck. Now I'm going to call the second scale up. Carrot. Ian is going to make his pitch. Welcome. Congratulations. Good luck. 3 minutes. Hello, everyone. There's one word that permeates this event, is collaboration. We have to work together to solve circular problems, circular economy problems. It's a systemic challenge. And for each challenge, what can we do to change the paradigm in high speed in the time we need? Incentives, carrots, cenouras in Portuguese. What are we valuing here? Well, it's the environmental work, the circularity work. And this environmental work must be scaled through market-based solutions. With that, Carrot today is developing a new market of circular economy credit with verified impacts. That's a driver system change. And what we want to do, to price waste and develop reward participants who are doing it correctly. Carrot Foundation is a technology that's open source and is being created in a global ledger, so we can organize the circular data. It's community managed technology to have reuse and recycling in large scale. And once those credits are sold, they distribute rewards in the entire supply chain in a very inclusive manner. So this technology is above the layer of platforms that make traceability in the physical world, and we work on governance in that layer. We have many amazing companies that are making traceability, and at Carrot, this data is integrated in a ledger, and in that ledger, we have all the verification of the chains. We standardize all the data in a format that can be validated globally. We certify, we measure the environmental gain. We issue the credits that can be used in a global ledger to be accessed by local and global agencies. And there's governance that happens above all that. AWS is a partner of ours to set up the AI machine learning for those chains. And we turn credits into commodities. So we want to land the carbon credit in circular economy to value all those chains. We want to de-risk the entire sector. So those that have climate finance from multinational banks or regional banks that really want to put money in the market, they don't have to invest in a specific project. They invest in a pool, and they guarantee a buyer on the other hand. We launched the first credit in the world based on residues, and now we bold in the United States. Again, this money is distributed to the whole chain, and we have to change systemically at the source. Thank you. Two minutes for questions. We're up. Please, congratulations. How about monetization? You manage on credit. You use a part. How much stays with you? The entire chain is divided by with the value. Carrot gets 20% today because Carrot, with those 20%, is developing the entire technology, and the intention is that this value will be reduced to almost zero. And we have a platform as a service that will enable companies to be connected and certify their circularity. So we have a platform as a service behind it. Good afternoon. How are you? Congratulations on your presentation. I would like to hear more about the moment of the business. You said something about the operation, but what is the indicator of users, tons? What is the main indicator, and what's your moment? In our chain, we have around 250 big companies, 3 big composters in Brazil, the largest players in Brazil. We are fostering the market in California. We're looking at biogas in India, and we commercialized the first credits. We have 70,000 tons with carbon credits with high quality, methano prevented in landfills, and we are negotiating the initial credits right now. You're racing with a lot of people, right? A lot of people are looking for this market. Tell me one thing that's your differential and why you are going to get that market and grow and will be a main player. The main thing is governance above the network. Time out. A recommendation for evaluators. I know it's hard. 2 minutes for many questions is really difficult. So my suggestion is that the questions should be very direct, so they may have time to answer in the few seconds they have. Before calling the third scale up, I would like to thank you for those who are evaluating. Senai, NPN, CETEC, Danilo Zielinski from KPTL, Igor Nazaki from Plug and Play, Karina Gomidi representing the industry, Letícia Jorge from Sebrae, Marcos Andrade from CIESP, Ricardo Pellegrini, our colleague, Ricardo Ramos, and Rodrigo from Betaí. Zewetche is your surname. So let's go. I'm going to call Yato Luis Grillo, director, to make his pitch. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Luis Grillo, one of the founders of Yato. And our purpose is care for the waste in the world. We are one of the largest generators of residues in the planet, and we recycle just a little bit. We could fill 74,000 stadiums every year with everything that we waste. Most of what is recycled today goes through cooperatives of collectors, and 40% of what gets to a cooperative is dealt with as reject. If we recycle what everybody is not recycling, this is what we have been doing for 10 years, and we became specialists in circularity and traceability. We work in the entire territory, and we contribute for big brands, associations, and converters, bring packagings and make the residues becoming more circular. The way we do it is through this solution that's complete. So we have specialized teams for all the fronts to guarantee that discharge and application of that residue in another product. Today, we take to the market this portfolio of solutions. We have circularity analysis, specific consulting where we have a challenge, for example, the flexible packaging, and we create a program to recycle them. We did that to Boticário, recycling cosmetics and making items from their concept stores. We also manage reverse logistics programs. We have Lisa's program and other solutions in each sector or brand. We have our own program that's called Yato Transforma. to solve the problem of those 40%. We have different materials such as flexibles and transform them into different products such as this bag that I'm wearing. We also recycle polystyrene. We make badges and capsules. Everything is traceable and transparent, and with that we had the impact of 90 cooperatives of collectors and 2 million extra income. We also have projects where we close the circularity cycle. For example, the big bag that's discharged in the field becoming a new big bag with 50% of recycled products. This company has 40,000 big bags a year. And now it's just 20 because they are using recycled big bags. And another project with big brands is Souvenir. We made the first buck with 30% of recycled materials and also in work sites. We are able to do that through this team of 36 people who are passionate about taking care of the garbage of the world. Congratulations. 2 minutes for questions. Good afternoon. Congratulations on your presentation. You have consulting, right? For scalability of the business. What about consulting versus other services? Consulting is the entry project to start the relationship with the brand, and then it will be a management of reverse logistics or traceability and recycled content. We have a recurring model that varies according to the total of residue or the capillarity of the reverse logistics. Then we can have a recurring recipe to give more safety to our business. Good afternoon. Congratulations. Out of those 40% that you're doing additionally, how saleable and what's the margin of the products? We don't commercialize the product itself. We structure the chain. We buy the residue, make the transportation. It's zero verticalized. We take this to become a new product. Some clients asked for personalized, such as Mainterra with this bag, and then we make this connection with the supplier, and so we would have avoid bid taxing. Congratulations on your project. You mentioned 90 cooperatives. How do you integrate them, and what are the metrics for their work? I would like to conclude briefly. What is your area of work? Today, with all the solutions we have in the entire territory, more than 4,000 municipalities, and our program with the collectors in the south and southeast eastern region, and now we're expanding to the northern region. Time is up. Now, we would like to finish this project, and let's continue with our startup program. Sensational. I was really anxious. 3 seconds to answer, and I'm intrigued when he got up on the stage with the bag. Now I understand. Well, thank you very much, Pierre. You will be back at the end of the event. Now we are going to go with the startups in initial stages. I would like to invite Manuel Neto, Director of SMEs at Acelera Fiesp, to follow up. Welcome. Hello. Well, thank you. We just saw great projects that are already making an impact in the world. Now we're going to see some that are being the cause of impact. We work with startups. We have been doing this for a long time. It's great to see projects that are still in the ideas scope, and they participate, and a few years later they come and present their cases as a scale-up, and this motivates us to continue. So the importance Fiesp does to those initial projects is the same we give to the scale-ups, because there is no scale-ups if we don't have the initial projects. So we have to foster that. So we look at with the same eyes, we incentive this in the same way. To make this more agile, we're going to show you a video with a summary of those projects, and in the end I will call the one that was selected by our team to present to you and to make a pitch as it's been done before. Our company was created to reuse water that's used in gas systems. It will impact 100 to 200 people in Brazil. We are Serem Composto, we are agronomic engineers and publicity people. We mix technicals and restability to trace organics in the city. And our objectives is to see what to do with the lithium batteries that have impact in the environment. So the solution wants to develop an experience in a virtual reality to demonstrate the exploitation of the iron ore and the reuse and recycling. The main impact of this solution is associated to the interaction and attractiveness of this learning process. We are in Indoflex. We look at the fuel consumption savings and hydrogen as an additive. With that, we'll see a reduction in pollutants because of the green gas. This is a startup for AI to recognize residues to be discharged. In the circular economy, we want to make this habit a commodity to people, especially for elderly people. So before we announce the startup that was selected, the finalists to present to you, I would like to tell you a bit what has happened in the phase of ideas that participated of the events. They didn't come to the stage, but they met mentors and investors during the network period, and they gave their statements afterwards. So I was unable to present, but the partnerships I made there made my startup go on. So it's not because they're not coming to the stage that they are not winners, that they have not conquered something. So enjoy the networking moment to make businesses and use that to strengthen you, to participate of the coming events. Some people participated many times before they got on stage.
Right now, we invite the winner, a Serem Composto. Congratulations. We have 3 minutes for your pitch, and then will be followed by a Q&A session. Start the timer again, please. Good afternoon. We are really happy to be here celebrating. Yesterday we were able to do our first event, an organic composting of the event, which was the World Forum of Circular Economy at the Ibirapuera Park. So we took to our patio and we composted everything that was consumed there. We are a pair of agronomists and university student, and we work with composting. People talk about the organic waste, but we do very little for the organic waste. And the amount of composting product is 37 90% of everything that is made. There is no waste. It's a production of the man. And we should give the correct destination. We avoid landfills, and we are bringing to the city our composting area. We verticalized the lines of composting, which are far from the urban centers, the cities, so that we can pulverize in all neighborhood composting, offer environmental education, be close to people and companies, and show the urgency, which is the organic waste. Environmental educations to separate in 3 fractions. Today, very few companies do this kind of sorting. We put people together and we teach them the composting. We have composting with buckets, very few customers, but if you want to start composting, just go to our website and you start composting. We do weekly collection and we serve some companies. ODS, we are involved in many of them. I'm nervous. And some partners that we are working already. O Instituto Chão that work with organic food. We compost twice a week their products. Regera Mundo that led us to the event yesterday. And the idea is this, to spread the idea of urban composting. Thank you. So we have we start Q&A session. Congratulations for your project. You mentioned a signature model, how it works, and how do you collect the product subscription? We subscribe, we collect the bucket, there is no smell, it's safe for pets. Once a week we collect in a private car, but we have a partnership, a Composta Seletiva, who is a partner involved with waste collectors. We take to the patio and we compost, and they receive I try to do. What's your next step for the company? You're trying to find funding, capillarity, partnership. What's your desire in the short term? We want to have a faster process. We were able to receive from 4 months, which is a natural composting in a rural area. We are composting. We are being able to compost these verticalized bags in 30 days. And now we want to test in condominiums. In condominiums or in the company, prepare a composting area in the companies to work in these places. Congratulations for your initiatives. I am a competitor. I have Realixo. I have peers in Rio and other places. What's the difference from your service? The city is so big that we ran out of time, but then you can have a private talk shortly after. Great. Manuel will return, but for the time being, thank you. Now we'll continue with the category reverse logistic. Now I invite Luciana Pellegrina, president from ABRE. She will mediate this part of the event. Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon now, okay. Let's put a dose of energy. The event is really inspiring. It's a great pleasure to be here. I really like the work done by all the... I am Luciana Pellegrina, chairman of ABRE, which is the Brazilian Packaging Association, and also chairman of the World Packaging Organization, which is the packaging world gathering entities like ABRE in 65 countries. This topic, circular economy, is very important and a priority in the agenda of both associations. And why? Because this is an urgent topic to our society. How can we speed up circularity in the consumption chain? It's not only packaging, it's in the consumption chain as a whole. As we've seen with all the pitches, it involves consumers, how you dispose, it involves the brand, how you work your packaging, the package of your product to become circular, how you communicate, how do you involve this value, waste collectors, recycling. So it's a challenge, and we are working, but we need new approaches, new technologies, new lenses. We are in the right place to work all this myriad of opportunity. Just a brief data. In 1950, there were less than 2 billion people in the earth. 75 years later, we have more than 8 billion people on earth. So the demand for natural resources, for products, for well-being, health, convenience increased a lot. Disposal increased at the same pace. At the same time, we have a concentration on the cities, different lifestyles, and also an efficiency of the supply chain. Think the last mile, how efficient it is for the product reach the consumer at the right moment. And what we are discussing here is the first mile. How do we bring this product back in this retransformation chain in an efficient way so it can circulate and we can supply 9-10 billion people in 25 years' time with the same way, with convenience, well-being, and life quality. In the next panel, we'll listen more 4 scale-ups. I'll need to follow the way we work, 3 minutes for your presentation and 2 for Q&A. It's a challenge, no doubt, but the challenge is the reality of all startups that experience this on their day-to-day. We'll start with Tomás Antonini, CEO from Atlas. A warm round of applause. Welcome, Tomás. I'm Frederico. I'm COO, not CEO, but I'll speak with you today. I will present the same presentation. It's the other one. This is not this one. So we need to stop the timer and start again. Sorry. Where are you from? So we can change the order, and Frederico will send. He will work with the organization. So Jordão Rezende is ready, CFO from Eu Reciclo. Welcome, Jordão. Good afternoon. Good luck. Good afternoon. Well, my name is Jordão Rezende. I will talk about Eu Reciclo, circular economy platform, and a company of social environmental impact. The technical people, we need to run the timer for the 3 minutes. Okay. Well, good afternoon again. As I said, we were born 10 years ago with the credit of recycling, and we consolidate as a global platform of global economy. The impact of solid waste in Brazil and how much it impacts the environment, the life of people, and how this exposes regulatory risks for the industry and the brands. Thinking about that, thinking about consumers that are demanding more and more, companies want to understand how they relate with social environmental issues, the country, the government, creating new regulatory pressures. We decided to create the recycling credit. We were pioneering this in Brazil to simplify and deal with this complex problem. To deal with logistics in Brazil is difficult. Imagine reverse logistics. So Eu Reciclo brings the recycling credit to scale up, to bring conformity and simplify in a pragmatic way to promote the chain of reverse logistics in Brazil. And how we do this? We have a robust system validating documents. We have more than 500 operators every year. We validate, certify all the data, do a statistic analysis to create this digital, which is the certificate, and bring the legal certification of this process. And facing the world of data and reverse logistics in Brazil, we found the sales of material, management of materials, and the structuring of a whole chain. And we are a platform of circular economy. And our differentials are legal quality of the certification and our seal. Our seal is powerful. Consumers know it. More than 75%. We are present in more than 70% of all Brazilian households. We have seals for the regulated market and for the volunteer market. We have success cases like Gol, Quali, and many others. We passed more than 92 million reais to the chain. We grow 35% a year over the last 3 years. We have more than 500 active operators, and we work in Brazil and Chile. And we have more than 7,000 brands counting with our solution. So bring your brand to our journey. Thank you. Great, Jordão. Let's move to the Q&A. Congratulations, Jordão. How do you monetize? By volume, by ton? How do you charge? How companies pay? By volume. Today we have a regulated market where the company declare the packages post-consumption in the market, and it's mandatory to offset 32%, and this volume is in tons. With this monetization, we pay our operational cost and we transfer the excess amount to the chain itself. Is there an auditing? You're tracing all this process? A lot. We regulate independent certifiers. It's like a double check of these validations. We have regulated issues that we render information to the government, and we have a limited guarantee of the volume we generate by UI. So you're seeking a specific regulation in the government. We have companies are regulated. They need to abide by then send annual reports. Some have licenses linked to the rendering of this kind of accounts. You mentioned companies and your seal. Your seal. My seal is a way to communicating they are following the regulations. Sorry, do you think about any kind of regulation to make your seal more reliable? Well, the company, every year we need to send a report, and companies can use the seal. Time is over. Thank you, Jordão. Now, the next scale up, we receive Marcos Williams Oliveira, CEO Circular Brain Platform. Marcos, welcome. Thank you. My name is Marcos Oliveira. I'm CEO and founder of Circular Brain. I'm the son of a truck driver. We work with electronic waste, the kind of waste that grows a lot in the world. And we throw more than $60 billion a year. We developed a digital platform connecting all stakeholders of the e-recycling stakeholders. These ecosystems produce in all the national territory, is connected to a logistic structure where we offer 17,000 points in Brazil where Brazilians can return an electronic waste, and we did more than 2,000 collections in the house of consumers, be it a machine, a phone, a TV device. It guarantees 100% of the proof of collections, pictures, as well as the depart of all materials. You come electronic and you leave as iron, plaques, electronics. We have big clients that trust in our work, Whirlpool, Intel, air conditioning, they rely on our work. We have a track record which is important. Over the last 5 years, we grew more than 40 times over, and the expectation is to reach a revenue of 120,000 reais at year end. We have a partnership with Lorena Urban Mining, which is expert of mining electronic waste. They recover more than 4 tons of gold and 2 tons of silver in electronic waste. So Circular Brain with Lorraine of an investment of more than 20 million reais. And we are growing to register from the birth of the product in the industry until its return as raw material. Our next steps are to move to other product chains, life cycle management, be it through blockchain, use of artificial intelligence to measure the market, and ecosystem as asserted. My name is Marcos.
Thank you. Well, I really am very sorry to interrupt. Let's go to questions now. Good afternoon, congratulations. I would like to understand what you do with materials that are not electronic in this complex. Well, actually, within electronics, we have several types of materials. We are not the operators. Our platform connects a network of transportation companies, technical assistants, recyclers, when we help them to find the correct destination for all the fractions. You saw there's a graph where you see the origin of the electronic and all the destinations of that fraction. It might be a lithium battery, electronic boards, plastic, glass, any type of material that's used. It should be environmental destination, recycling, co-processing, energy recovery. Each fraction is controlled in this universe, not only using the receipts, but also technical notes. Everything traces the operations. The process includes companies that are in the reverse logistics and other companies, yes, B2B logistics. And also today we are paid by the industry to structure a system of reverse logistics for that kind of product. Electronics, they have their own reverse logistic regulation, but they have demands in terms of amounts of delivery points, how the consumer interacts with the brand. So a consumer of some brands interact with the platform, they request for delivery points, they find a point among those 17,000 points. I'd like to thank you. We were accelerated by Plug and Play and some other people from Braskem. Thank you. Time is up. Now, we're going to another pitch with Mauro Favorito Jr., the CEO of Cargo. Mauro, welcome. $18,000 buses cross the country daily with 70% of their trunks empty. And there's this lady who has an Arctic Crafts shop, cannot sell her products to Brazil because of the time it takes for that merchandise to get to the desired points, usually 8 days. My name is Mauro. I'm the founder of Cargo, and I'm going to show you how we solved this invisible paradox. So what's the opportunity? It's not a logistic problem, it's the waste, massive waste for the environment, because every empty space in the luggage rack of a bus means savings in circular economy. So how do we do that? We get the infrastructure and transform that in micro hubs that are intelligent, where we are able to increase the costs without increasing the costs. And so intelligence is applied to the practice. It's circular economy in practice, because we transform into an opportunity and value, something that did not exist before. Apart from this triple impact, we have 3 times more punctuality than any delivery made by trucks, because the bus doesn't have a commitment with the cargo, but with the passenger, and the passenger will not tolerate delays. We have high competitiveness and margins that are higher than the post office in terms of delivery time. What have we done? We invested 6 million in this project. We have partnerships with big companies such as Guanabara, TOTUS, and Urbano Bank. And what's the advantage? Dona Maria, who took 8 days to deliver her products, does it in only 2 days. So she can distribute that to all the country with savings of 60% in her freight. And the future is circular. What's the objective? We want to have a network of logistics that will curve America without a single vehicle. This is savings that's unidirectional, because the bus goes and comes back. So we are able to send recycled material on the way forward and on the way back, which means circular economy. And also, we believe that the future is not building more, and it's reusing what exists. If you want to talk to us, this is our QR code, and we'll show you how to make your unit become a service that's real. Congratulations for your punctuality. So let's open to questions. Congratulations, great pitch. Tell me how you intend to inform all the ladies in Brazil of your work and what are the advantages? What is your marketing channel? How do you attract clients? Generally, the final client as a strategy is to work with micro-influencers in the regions and work with the social network to take that information. Congratulations. How do you transfer products? Do you have someone to do that? Or it's a box that goes alone? No, we have delivery people who take it to the bus, but we also work with intelligent lockers. When the merchandise gets to the locker, the information gets to the person to whom the cargo should be delivered. But who makes the transportation? You're talking about a regular bus. It's on the baggage trunk. So I have a question. Mauro, congratulations. What's your coverage in the service today? And given the situation, what is your growth strategy? At this point, we want to connect the bus companies. Our structure is to transfer that cargo to all the bus companies. Today, we work with the Southeast and Central West regions, but we want to expand and connect more buses to our structure. Big bus companies are exploring that. How are you going to differentiate? I work with them. I'm like an Uber. I make the management of the information and they continue to transport the cargo. I am their best salesperson. Another question. Cargos have a peak of demand that's really high when you think of Christmas, when we sell a lot. Time is up. Congratulations, Mauro. Congratulations. So now we finalize this block. Oh, he's coming back. So come back. Federico from Atlas is coming back to the stage for his speech. Welcome. Well, I apologize for my language, for my Portuguese. I'm from Atlas. We are a platform for waste neutrality. One of the major problems we identified lately is that the brands introduce a lot of material to the market when they deliver value to the clients. We also have more regulations and pressures for the brands to recover that in the market. This generates an increase in the costs that must be introduced in the unit economics of the products. Generally, we have to understand that in the sector in Latin America, we have a high degree of informality and a bad quality of information. And that generates the difficulties of interactions between waste managers and the brands. So where is the waste, how it's being manipulated, what are the conditions is also very difficult. And generally, the solutions that are offered to recover materials need to make a down payment in the beginning of the project without any assurance of the results in the end. So that generates uncertainty about the final investment for each recovered ton. So the solution we have is an idea to reduce the costs of collection through the payment of environmental services based on evidence, data, and quality. So with AI features, we enable waste managers to extract information, standardize, and report it. And we are validators. It's an impact as a service, so payment is only made when the impact is generated. So that enables them to generate additional income in their models. So our certification has 42 potential categories to include every kind of information: media, receipts, commercials, certificates, and operational challenges or documents. Again, when I pay for that only when the impact is generated, what happens is that the incentive of the brands is aligned to the waste manager's objective. So there's no uncertainty or lack of communication. We are working in 3 countries with several companies. We have mobilized $1 million to the sector, and we have recovered 20 tons of materials. So let's go to the questions. Hello, how are you? Congratulations on your presentation. I understand that you are really bringing AI to the platform, right? Today, do you have clients in Brazil? What are the challenges to implement that in big companies? And how you encourage the implementation through circular economy, which is very challenging. We are working today in 3 projects in Mexico, Paraguay, Argentina. We still do not have projects in Brazil, but the brands we're working with are international. So the idea is to make those projects come to Brazil as well, but not yet. But today you have risk management for the implementation in Brazil? I did not understand your question. Today we have challenges to implement AI in big corporates in the industry. Do you anticipate the implementation risks in Brazil? Perfect. AI is just for the waste manager because they have a lot of management costs. So it's basically for them to get the information. What the brands want is to have information very precise, so they're susceptible to auditing. We reduce the costs for those brands. Each certificate, each document, with a click, you have pictures, you have videos of everything. We also have a contract with the waste managers where by contract they specify that they are selling just to us and no one else the certificates of the information he gets. So total guarantee. Five seconds. Thank you. So now we're going to finalize this block, and I would like to call Carla back to the stage. Very good. So they are really looking after their rights. Luciana will be back. I was an entrepreneur and I was a client of Reciclo. So everything they presented is valid. So let's continue with our presentations with the startups in initial stages. So Manuel Neto will return to the stage. Well, let's go back. Before we watch the video, some tips for those who are from startups or the scale-ups. Enjoy the contact you have with Fiesp. Use our internal team. You have contacts with Viviane and other people. Go to departments, to the industry, participate of new events. Ask them, is there any event in the sector? I would like to reach another sector. Use the Fiesp industry to leverage and help our industry. This is a golden tip that we always share in our events. So let's have another look of another session of videos. So the structuring of ideas and definitions of value proposals. We connect consumers and industry to sustainable solutions of recycle of electronics. We have an intelligent totem that designates those that are used to resell in an automated, sustainable, safe way. Zahara has a platform that integrates companies that supply raw material, artifacts, and clients. Sobrou Tá Novo is the first marketplace specialized in mass waste from sites. The impact of construction materials that are spread in the country is very damaging. We created a marketplace where those who have sell and those who need save. The proposal I have is the recycling of plastics with pyrolysis catalytic. They use a catalyzer to decompose materials, making oil and gas. This enables the return of plastic to the market with a closed cycle that's more sustainable and profitable. Where do we find waste? In carnival, trade shows. We created a very simple solution. We had 3 sizes of cardboard boxes. They enable for messages. So we have a lot of good ideas. Look for them. If you're interested in those solutions, look for them. Maybe you can make a partnership to help them leverage and help your own business. Now I would like to call to the floor to share with us in further detail the Relayer. So, good. Hello, how are you? I'm Lucas Rodrigues. I'm a student of civil engineer, and I'm going to present the Relayer company. We recycle plastics, advanced recycling of plastics. Can you turn on the timer, please? We were missing something here, so we start now. Hello, everyone. I'm Lucas Rodrigues from engineering. We are going to present the Relayer project. The project proposes the development and implementation of a pilot line with multi-layer plastic using catalytic pyrolysis. It has AI identification processes to transform unrecycled residues in high-value oils to be used in chemical industries and as raw material for fuels. This will reduce discharge in landfills and in the environment. Currently, Brazil is the 4th largest producer of plastic in the world and recycles just a little bit. Last year, 1,400,000 tons of plastic was discharged in Brazil. In the rest of the world, only 90% was recycled, 12% was incinerated, and 79% was discharged in the environment. So I'm going to present to you our challenges, solutions, results, and the impact in circular economy. The first challenge is the complexity of the materials. Some plastics have layers of aluminum and paper, which make it more difficult for traditional recycling. Low rates of selective collection because it's not efficient in Brazil. That would be a problem to gather that material. And also economic feasibility with initial cost of the implementation. Some solutions would be developing a reactor that could recycle that multi-layer plastic that has to operate at 350 degrees, implement a system of machine learning which is used in the agribusiness to identify the plastics, validate synthetic oil as raw material, and dimension the reverse logistics chain to transport it efficiently. The expected results would be 85% of conversion rates of the residues and precision of the classification in AI triage. The impact in circular economy is the commercialization of synthetic oil that's used in the chemical industry and petrochemical industries, and also produced as a gas, reduction of costs in the destination of those residues.
To take this waste to landfills, the maintenance and cost, and the generation of environmental credit. They can be sold as environmental credits. And then the end of the cycle, the material is collected, they will be received in this collection point, transform oil or gas, and distribute to the market. So in the middle of difficulty, we find difficulties. We find solutions, sorry. 2 minutes for Q&A. Good afternoon. Congratulations for your presentation. We listen about pyrolysis, the waste for the generation of energy. The cost is very high. Your operation has a difference because of catalyzers. How is the solution? The catalyzer can be, the cost depends on the amount of the temperature it can reach. So mechatronic technician, and we produced our TCC, a similar catalyzer, melted plastic from PET bottles to transform in filaments for 3D printer. And we use labs from SESI to do the MDF structure, and catalyzer we bought at Santa Efigênia, an electronic street that sells electronics. But we need to use a catalyzer that costs around 200 to 500 reais each catalyzer because of the amount that would be received in the collection points. So I would like to thank FMU people who invited me, who offered this time, the coordinators here, those who really boost me, and sponsor, Fiesp, everybody. Thank you. Thank you once again. Manuel will continue with the category Economy of Residues and Design for Circularity. So Luciana will continue with this part. Well, let's go. The last block will receive 3 startups, and then again with the video, and we'll have an invited startups. So 3 startups focusing on residues economy and design for circularity. Design for circularity is based on R's, which are more than 3. We mentioned re-signify, regenerate, but the 3 R's Renata mentioned in the beginning, which is reduce, optimize, to use the minimum amount necessary to preserve the product, guarantee its property, but optimizing the use of raw material. The second R, reuse. Reusing is fundamental. We are still growing in the concept of reusing, but according to UN and MacArthur Foundation, refill like liquid soap that use the main package with more material, more structure, with a pouch with less material, can reduce by 30% the environmental impact in the consumption chain. And it's very important when we look the consumption chain that will serve 10 billion people. The third R is recycle that we are discussing here today. They are important but faces lots of challenges. The challenge to create value for this recycle chain that needs to be remunerated and valued. And we need to engage consumers, the brands, and how they think their packaging. A brand, when they think about their packaging, considering the life cycle of the product, optimization of the packaging, preservation of the product, logistic gain. We talked about logistics. Sales process, an efficient consumption. So when we can dose, close again, but without use without wasting, and this design for circularity that guides consumer, how it's going to dispose, how the package is received in the cooperative and sorted for sale. So all these design criteria, when they are taken into account since the beginning, in the beginning of the development process of a product, can reduce by 80% the environmental impact of that product and its packaging. So this topic is very important, and I'm really anxious to listen the next pitches of scale-ups that will participate now. So I invite Ezequiel Bungberg, CEO of GrowPack. Ezequiel, welcome. Hello. Sorry for my Portuguese. I live 4 years and I discovered there's no cure. It will be forever. At GrowPack, we believe that transformation starts in the field, in the origins. We collect material that were born with a life cycle already devised, farm to table. Our starting point is waste. Today, we have more than 1.3 billion tons of alternative fibers, secondary fibers available. They are generated every year. This is 3 times more than the plastic weight we generate. I'm talking about straw and other products. They can be used to create new cycles. We use corn peel to produce biomaterial. When we have this exceeding biomass in functional packagings, which are functional and competitive, they are composting, recyclables, and can go into technical and biological cycles. Our technology is thermomechanic. It's a beautiful and low-cost process. This way, we can reduce the water consumption and environmental footprint and emissions to a minimum. We use 70% less water than PET, and if we can compost this material in the end, will generate a cycle of negative carbon. The result, it's a solution that combines sustainability, functionality, and competitiveness in one single technology. The opportunity, we are here in the center. We have in Brazil available raw material to replace 40% of plastic in the world. And in practice, we have a demonstration plant, one in Vinhedo, where we start from raw material until the final product. We have 2 front lines. We launch our portfolio of food service. We deliver more than 2 million packages with iFood and Sesc, and corporate. We also work with companies to solve different applications, secondary and primary applications for different segments. We work with Colgate, Natura, Ambev. So we do not try to replace plastic. It's a new way to conceive material. Our business logic involves material science, and I ran out of time. Thank you, Ezequiel. Thank you. I want to learn about cost competitiveness. Plastic is very cheap. So this time of what's the level of competitiveness? It depends the plastic. If you use with isopor, it's cheaper. If you call polystyrene, it's more competitive. So depending on the product. A crystal PET bowl, we are competitive with this kind of material. And below paper, it's a small scale, a very efficient technology, and therefore it's cheap in the end. So it's economy of repetition rather than economy of scale. How do you reach the market? Do you have a sales force? It's not a short cycle. They are long cycles. We have the food service, we have direct and indirect channels. We sell both domestic and international. Direct sales, so the consumer of the package, and indirect market. We have representatives through distributors and package stores. This for food service. Corporate, it's an iteration, a service that we developed the application inline, the perfect project, subtract barriers, application inlines, regulatory compliance. So we developed the project and teach how to apply. So we have the three models: food service, which is that depends on footprint logistics. Thank you, Ezequiel. For the next two pitches, we receive two entrepreneurs, and I invite Patricia Ponce, CEO from Da Natureza Biodegradable Products. Hello. This is me walking in a floor covered by leaves. I'm Patricia Ponce, founder of startup Da Natureza, and I have a story to tell. Have you think the amount of leaves that comes from trimming trees? A company collects 60 tons of leaves a day. Most is burned or buried, generating tons of greenhouse gases. And what's not collected, burn, and this is a big problem. But we have another one. Trees planted in this area grow in vases and tubes made by plastic to collect all these tubes after planting. It's a very expensive logistic that generates a larger amount of waste. Is there a solution? Imagine if vases could be made of leaves and branches. With technologies, we collect leaves and branches and transform them in products, vases, cups, trays, and these products in 120 days will become fertilizer. It started with FAPESP. We developed our first machine, and we produced more than 10,000 packages sold in different sectors: cosmetic, agriculture, and food. And the RSM is one of our customers. Works for more than 20 years in the market planting teca trees. We collect the post-harvesting waste, and the vases are used to plant teca tree. This is my team, some of our award, and they highlight to the seal, startup of social environmental seal. Impact is not for nothing. By using wastes, we eliminate plastic, create employment, and we put circular economy in practice and where it should be, especially in the communities. With the support of Fundação Cargill, we are transforming eucalyptus waste in vases and tubes, tree to plant tree. And that's how we continue. We believe that each leaf on the floor can be the beginning of a new forest. This is my story. Thanks for this opportunity. Thank you, Patricia. You are on time, and then we move to Q&A. Patricia, congratulations. talking about what are your challenges to grow? What do you seek in the next stage? Fundraising, taxes, what do you have in your pipeline? We just closed a BNDES program to learn how to scale up. We have our own production, 10,000 until the end of the year. We want to move to 40,000. We are looking investments. We have an investment from Cargill Foundation, and also how we have our machine. It depends on the design. We want to put the machine close to the waste generated. Another question. You have a huge opportunity with the agenda of restoration in Brazil. I saw some technologies like paper pot. How do you compete? What's your competitive advantage? Paper pot is my direct competitor. It's also a biodegradable tube made of paper. What's our difference? We reuse the waste of that company. So we don't have only paper. Paper pot uses only paper celluloses that goes from Brazil to Denmark. It's an important technology, very expensive. You need to change where you will install your technology, and ours don't. We use the waste of the company, be it from eucalyptus to plant eucalyptus or teca to plant teca. It's a domestic technology. We manufacture our machine. We ran out of time. Thank you, Patricia. I wish you success. And then we'll go to our next speech, and I would like to invite Fabiana Muramaki, CEO of No Waste Tea. Welcome, Fabiana. Start. Hello. You know how many T-shirts you have on your cupboard now? And have you stopped to think about the impact their production have? I will present No Waste Tea. Our current climate situation, we urge to change how we consume and produce. T-shirts were always allies to defend causes. However, its design generates 20% discard when they are cut. Imagine the pollution generation in the production in the most used item in the planet. As a solution, we rescue all technicians of zero waste technology for the complete use of cloth. So at the same time, we have a design showing your commitment in the fight for the survival of our planet, coupled with an industrial process accessible anywhere in the world, as long as you have internet, and a transparency tool showing a zero waste journey from our user to the final consumer. As T-shirt is the most used item in the planet, it's the only one manufactured by all fashion segments. So it's a canvas that delivers to fashion designers a variety of templates so they can develop their collections in zero waste processes. To understand the impact of our solution, each ton of cloth size M adult, we have 5,000, an increase of 14% performance, and this amount of residue that will not be generated will reduce carbon footprint by 85% per T-shirt. We are a spin-off from La Luz Brazil, expert in T-shirt that since 2019 test style that validated this way of dressing in retail. Our technical team is passionate by innovation, and our ambition is to have an impact in the fashion industry. Our test team of industrial process, we are a Brazilian fashion tech of women winners of fashion awards, green fashion awards, and we are challenging our ecosystem of innovation, and I want to manufacture the T-shirt of the future. Thank you very much. Super punctual. Let's continue. Let's open to Q&A.
Good afternoon. The value proposal is very clear to decrease waste, but do you have productivity gains for those who are going to produce? That's interesting for the producer. Could you complement? What is the operational cost of your production related to the additional or the traditional? We are able to decrease in raw materials 14%, or increase rather 14% of productivity. So we start, instead of 100, we will make 114 T-shirts. In operational time, we decrease by 9 technical hours per collection, because with the same click, you choose the template that's going to be the basis of your clothes. That's all prepared, so you save technical hours, and you're focusing on design. How do you show your value proposal thinking of this operational optimization? Is it clear to your clients? Yes, it is. Our public are the fashion brands, and today we chose to start where we have high value-added T-shirts in sports and streetwear, our main users at this moment. So in this sector, you explore not only remodeling to save products, but also performance, yes, especially for sports. So we can show other ways to use the fabric totally, and time is up. So now we finalize this block. We're going to the next session now. Congratulations to all. It was great to participate of this inspiring afternoon. Thank you. Did you notice? It inspires emotions. Once again, thank you very much, Luciana. Now I'm calling to the stage for the last round. Thank you again. Welcome. To go on, I would like to give you a new tip to the general public as well. Fiesp has many departments. We have a lot of people working in communication to inform you. So a nice tip is go to the Fiesp site, sign an email, and you'd say what area you would like to receive information. Some startups can go to any company, accounting, but some startups have specific focus and specific interests. So with our communication, you receive information about these events. We want to bring nice content to you, everything very updated, and we create events to share all that information, all this experience. So you get the right events. Then go back and reactivate that and choose other departments. This is nice to be updated in our events. So let's look at another video and some very nice projects. So structuring and ideas, definition of value proposals. We develop in cosmetic ingredients that antioxidant and anti-aging made with algae in the Brazilian beach, discharged as waste in landfills. I'm Fabio. I founded Cacau's Biocosmetics, and we transform agricultural cocoa residues in biocosmetics, biodegradable. We developed this environmental station to collect smartly with the computing vision to recycle PET and aluminum. Today, many brands are idle. Circle Plus is a digital platform, connects industry to use those products, transforming idleness in value. So TPX is called on the stage. Hello. Good afternoon. I am co-founder and CEO of TPX. This is a very difficult time where human beings insist in treating badly our planet. We have low recycling, social exclusion, islands of plastic in the oceans, lack of environmental education. There's a lot of difficulty to understand with all this technology how 50% of all residues is lost in nature or are forwarded to landfills. So we're tired of that. So TPX has this process to make a difference. We are a clean tech startup with high impact. We increase recycling, environmental education, circular economy. We are in line with ODS and ESG practices, and we have more productivity in the value chain. So we deliver PET, flake, recovered grains, aluminum, but not, and also digital media. Our solution are machines that are spread in strategic points of the city where a collector or any person can include a PET, a can, makes it and it takes it directly to the industry. So the reverse chain that's so long take a long time. So we shorten this chain and we pay a fair trade to the collectors. 80% of everything that's recycled comes from their hands. They are exploited and they are apart from society. Our product is flaked, pellets, and aluminum. We have lean manufacturing from the traditional industry applied to the reverse industry. So we're going to shorten the chain. The big secret is that after consumption, it goes directly to the industry. So it doesn't take so long to go to the cooperatives that mix wet and dry waste, and then they get to the industry. The production line is very long to clean it until they have clean aluminum or PET. This is our flow. Partners that we have, condominiums, schools, universities, municipalities are our partners that can be on the street or in B2B. They have our machine. What is green is income, what's red. So we have the flakes, we take it to the industry, and then we go to the final product. Thank you. I went over time, sorry. So this model is capital intensive. Who finances that? How do you get funds for this machine? A lot of machines cost money. We are incubated at FRJ. So we're in phase 1, we need R$1 million. We are capturing that with the law of good. So we can work in terms of sustainability. Coca-Cola, give part of your taxes and dedicate that to our company. So it's equity or taxes. So you're developing the machine. No, it already exists. TRL9 out of Brazil. We're going to import the machine to guarantee that it works. It works really well, like a plane. So you only assemble it here. We're going to nationalize this machine to encourage the industry. It's not voluntary where you have air there. We grind it and smash it, and we save 90% of logistics, generating more carbon credits than the traditional. Any sustainable project generates carbon credits. We generate more because we grind the PET and we smash the aluminum. It's not clear how you guarantee that this material will get clean and separated in the industry. And if you're an intermediate, how do you scale the operation? Well, the secret is collect immediately after use. So you have the big centers, the big beaches in Rio or in São Paulo. High consumption, you have the machines there, the collectors are there, and then they shorten the chain. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to participate of these events with the startups. This was my last participation today. So let's go on with our event. Thank you very much for your presence, your participation. Now I'm going to invite to the stage Pierre to announce to us the startups that were the highlight of this moment. So please, jurors, finalize the voting, okay? Almost there. It's embarrassing to make people stop talking. 10 seconds for him to end the sentence, and it's hurtful. It hurts my soul, but we have to be fair with everyone. So we apologize, but there's no way out of it. Winners. I would like to invite Renata to also award the prizes, because Apex is part of it. Hello. So Renata, you announced the startup and I announced the scale up. So the startup is this one. Well, the winner for the startups, initial startups, is Relayer. I would like to call the professors to participate of this picture. You're part of this accomplishment. Please join us. Thank you very much. Now we're going to the winner, the scale-up winner. Thank you. And the winner is... Thank you. Relay, there's a prize that Apex is going to offer to you, so both of you will get it. The symbolic. As I said, we work a lot in big innovation events. Apex would like to offer to the winners the participation in the Web Summit in Lisboa in November. So this is the opposite of the saying, who goes to Portugal gets the prize. So I would like to make a request. So I'm going to make a request to you. All the startups that participated, join us here to take a picture of all of you together. Then we will wrap up. Please.
É isso aí então, pessoal.
So this is it. Mission accomplished. In behalf of Fiesp and CNI, I would like to thank you for your presence. It was an incredible day, and I thank you for those who are online. I was posting and saying, people, it's crazy. Come and watch. We have great ideas inspiring us to transform the future. So I'd like to invite you all to the cocktail that's going to be served at the foyer. Thank you very much once again to all of you, and see you soon. Bye.